Join Diana now, who is in Moscow. And Diana, is the sense now that Vladimir Putin is going to prosecute this invasion, prosecute this war to the end?
Well, I think that we haven't seen the full force of what Russia could bring in, and we haven't seen the kind of strategy that they've used in previous wars. And that may be for a number of reasons. That may be because the Kremlin completely miscalculated the kind of response they would get. They miscalculated the kind of resistance. They thought perhaps that the Ukrainians would be more pleased to see them. Perhaps they believed their own peacekeeping, liberating narrative. But that has certainly not played out in the way they expected on these first 5 days. And here we are on day 6, and we're beginning to see much heavier shelling. Perhaps we will see more deployment of the Air Force, because I was interested that the Ministry of Defense said they failed to gain control of the airspace. I'm not sure that Russia has really put its full force of its air power into operation. But if you think back to their intervention in Syria, we saw sustained Russian airstrikes of Syrian cities, which were indiscriminate, caused huge civilian loss of life. I think we may begin to see that kind of strategy take place in Ukraine too. And perhaps it was because they still wanted to sell to their own people the narrative that they were going in as liberators, as defenders. They didn't go in as hard as they might. But I think given the fact that Vladimir Putin may see now that his initial tactics haven't worked, he may go in for a much bloodier campaign. And of course, there are Belarusian troops lined up along that southern border of Belarus, northern border of Ukraine, close to Kiev, who could be deployed at any moment. They haven't been sent in yet, but they might. And I think this is possibly just the beginning. Deployed at any moment. They haven't been sent. And we haven't seen the worst of it yet. We did hear overnight from the regional governor of a town quite near to Kharkiv, near Sumy also, where we've seen some vigorous fighting, Okhturka, that 70 Ukrainian servicemen had been killed, a huge loss of life. And the Ukrainian parliament today tweeted, eternal glory to the heroes of Ukraine. And in my report, I talked about the fact that President Zelensky has asked for EU accession. He's also asked for there to be a no-fly zone over the skies of Ukraine. I wonder whether the EU will do what will definitely be a very, very provocative move for Vladimir Putin. And the US has already said that they don't want to implement a no-fly zone, or that they're very cautious about it because they don't want to deploy US troops to implement it and put themselves in a situation where you have the US facing off against Russian troops, because that could escalate things further. And that, I think, is the real danger for the West as they pour more and more supply weapons into Kiev and into Ukraine to make sure that this does not escalate into a war of NATO against Russia. Because that could make things even worse than they already are.
Right, and on sanctions, tough sanctions now, swinging sanctions. Any sign at all that that is going to deter or dissuade Putin from what he wants to do?
Not from his rhetoric. Yesterday he called an emergency economic meeting to discuss the sanctions and railed against the West, who he called the empire of lies. And the sanctions are coming in thick and fast. Japan today sanctioned all of the top administration, including Vladimir Putin. I think that he did not anticipate such a united response, despite the fact he was told over and over again that should he invade Ukraine, the West would come down with very, very strong sanctions. I imagine he did not anticipate that the Central Bank of Russia would have its assets frozen, because it has huge foreign currency reserves held abroad, and the US has frozen them. Other countries are expected to follow suit. That means that it will be very difficult for the central bank to sell off those reserves and prop up the ruble. We saw the ruble lose 32% at one point in yesterday's trade. It's now back a bit. I think this is just the beginning. When you talk to economists here, when you also talk to people here who are against this war, and that's not everybody, but there are a large, substantial chunk of people who are against it, they feel that this is going to set the Russian people back decades, that they are going to be 20 years behind the rest of the world, as they don't have the parts that they need for technologies, for aeroplanes, for smartphones, for tablets, for games. They won't be able to pay for imported goods because prices will go up substantially, inflation will go up. You know, they've had currency shocks before back in the 90s, and I think people are very scared that they are going to see something like that coming soon. The question is, what impact will that have for Vladimir Putin? Will it consolidate the regime? Will it uproot the regime? And although there are a lot of theories about what might happen, I think it's really impossible to say.
It is. Diana, thank you very much for that. Well, let's take a closer look at how this situation in Ukraine has developed. Well, blasts and gunfire were heard here in the capital, in Brovary, on the outskirts of the city. An airstrike left a military airbase on fire. There were also reports of Russian forces shelling Ukraine's second largest city, Kyiv, some hitting residential areas. As for this morning, there are reports that more than 70 Ukrainian soldiers, as Diana was saying, have been killed after Russian artillery hit a military base around 60 miles away in the city of Otriak. That's according to the region's governor. Videos have been released showing damage to the northern city of Chernihiv. Ukraine's emergency ministry claims shelling hit a residential building there, a market building, a kindergarten, and to Mariupol in the south, a port city and a major Russian target. President Zelensky has said it is still hanging on and it is still under Ukrainian control. Sky's Alex Rossi joins me now from Dnipro in southeastern Ukraine. Good morning, Alex. And I mean, the reports from Kharkiv and other areas in the east suggest that there is intense shelling and intense bombing going on there.
I think that's right, Mark. It has been a grim morning here in Dnipro. People have been waking up to the sound of air raid sirens. They've stopped now, but it saw them running really for cover in the bomb shelters. There don't appear to have been any strikes here, but there is a sense we are kind of in the central eastern part of the country on the Dnipro River. There is a sense that the war is coming very close to here. But the focus of those attacks at the moment seems to be in terms of where I am, on that eastern second city of Kharkiv. Absolutely atrocious stories coming out of there overnight. And from yesterday, Human Rights Watch says it's almost certain that cluster munitions have been used indiscriminately on residential areas. Now, according to the mayor of Kharkiv, at least 9 civilians have been killed. More than 40 have been injured. But of course, that number could rise. It could rise a lot because people can't get into those areas at the moment. I think the more worrying sign, though, is that this is perhaps a signal that Vladimir Putin is changing the tempo of this military invasion. Now, anybody who has seen Russian wars over the last 15 years will be extremely concerned. I've seen from my own eyes what the Russian Air Force has done in Aleppo and Syria. Mass bombing of civilian areas, terrorizing those areas to try and break the will of the people. I've also seen what Russian forces did in Grozny in Chechnya. They literally kind of leveled cities. So that's the big fear, and we are seeing more use of artillery now, more use of rocket fire, and we're seeing the ensuing loss of civilian lives as well. Now, President Zelensky is calling for the international community to galvanize and organize a tribunal of what he says are very clear Russian war crimes. We wait to see what happens with that. But certainly the resistance from the Ukrainians, that still remains extremely fierce and extremely strong. We've driven south out of here. We've seen them digging in for, you know, what will be a very big fight when the Russian armor comes up from the south. In terms of the south, the target you mentioned there of Mariupol, well, I think the net of force is closing around that. My contacts there are telling me that the city is pretty much surrounded. There's been quite heavy shelling. There's sounds of small arms fire as well in the city. And then I think what you will see is columns of armor moving up from the south when the Russians believe that they control that. There will, of course, be Ukrainian resistance behind those lines and pushing from Donetsk as well to where we are to try and gain this sort of central area of the eastern part of the country. But, you know, people here are very worried and very scared about where this is going.
Yeah, and Alex, we were in Kyiv broadcasting last week, and you know, speaking to the people there, they said they would not accept Russian control. They wouldn't accept Russian troops in their city, and they wouldn't accept Putin determining, you know, how they lived. Is that kind of spirit still there, or do you get a sense the resolve is weakening with every missile that comes in?
No, I think that strength is very much still there. People are coming into this country to fight against the Russians. Large numbers of people have left, older people, women, children, about 500,000 so far. That number's rising rapidly. But the resolve of the Ukrainians is absolutely immense. And I think it's quite clear from their tactics that they haven't tried to defend open areas of countryside, because quite honestly, against the sheer power and mass of Russian armor, that would be an impossible task. But they are digging in. I mean, in lots and lots of towns between here and Mariupol, I have seen them moving into areas. I won't go into too much detail for obvious reasons, but moving into areas which could see this descend very quickly into a guerrilla battle. The other thing that's very interesting as well, we've now seen quite a few videos that have been put out. Not all of them, of course, have been verified. These are of captured Russian soldiers. These are of phone messages that they've left, where they believed, you know, these are young kids, these are conscripts who believed that they were coming in here in a glorious mission of peacekeeping. Now, they haven't been coming here as peacekeepers, we know that, and they've certainly been disabused of that view, being met by anti-tank weapons, being met by artillery, civilians standing in the way of columns of armor. So I think if the Ukrainians can hold on and not lose, the Russians can't win, if that makes sense. I think the other thing to bear in mind, of course, is that whilst I think in most people's minds there's no doubt that Vladimir Putin can win this battle, how do you win the war afterwards, i.e. the peace? I mean, the hatred in this country for Vladimir Putin and the Russian invaders, you can't overstate it, and that affects the Ukrainian forces and Ukrainian people's most powerful weapon at the moment, harnessing the power of that emotion.
All right, Alex Rossi there in Dnipro, thank you very much indeed. Let's speak now to Deputy Prime Minister, Justice Secretary Dominic Raab. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. Let's just work out where we are here. There's a 40-mile column of Putin's armor just outside this capital, about to lay siege to Kiev, capital of a free democratic country, and the West is not going to stop him. How does that sit with you?
Well, I'm not sure I'd accept that characterisation. First of all, we pay tribute to the heroic defence.
Which bit of the characterisation? Which bit?
Allow me to explain.
That they're there, or that the West is going to stop them?
Can I give the answer, and then you can pick up on any aspect of it?
Sure.
First of all, we do pay tribute to the heroic defence by the Ukrainian forces and their fortitude in the face of outright aggression from President Putin. Our view as the UK is that Putin's mission in the Ukraine must fail. I don't think it's right to say that we've done nothing to stop or curtail what Putin is doing. I think if you look at not just the suite of sanctions on oligarchs and on banks and on the Russian state, but also the impact that the collective action has had, including on the central bank and on the SWIFT payment system. We've seen the biggest fall in the ruble against the dollar. We've seen the stock market in Russia fall to record lows, and the central bank in Russia have to double interest rates. And that is all part of the allied, if you like, the UK working with our international partners, efforts to starve Putin's war machine. And it does have an impact. And of course, as your correspondent...
Just with respect, Mr. Raab, I didn't say you were doing nothing to stop him. I said you were not going to stop him. He is going to surround this capital, lay siege to this capital. And I asked you how it sat with you that that could happen. NATO has the most powerful air force in the world, and this is happening in a European capital in 2022.
Well, of course, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. We've been clear about that in terms of military participation. What we have done is arm something like 20,000 Ukrainian troops. We've sent 2,000 anti-tank missiles. We provided a package of support, £100 million, and of course allies and partners have done further support. We yesterday announced 40 million additional in humanitarian assistance, so we along with the sanction sweep. So, and it has had an impact in the way I described on Putin. But we know that Putin will react to this, or we fear that Putin will react to this with even more barbaric tactics. And that's why we need to be prepared that this could be a long haul. And we will do everything we can to achieve our goals of making Putin fail.
You seem to be saying, but you seem to be saying that there's less of a moral case, there's less of a humanitarian case, there's less of an urgent case because Ukraine is not a member of NATO. Isn't a humanitarian case and a moral case absolutely urgent now? And does it matter really that it's not a matter of NATO, it's not a member of NATO?
I think the NATO is incredibly relevant in terms of how we apply the principle of collective self-defence. Of course it is. But what you're right to say is that morally we feel a strong duty to do everything we can to degrade Putin's war machine, hence the sanctions. I've described the impact they're having. Also the efforts we're taking to support and steel the resolve and the defensive capabilities of the Ukrainians, which we've done in the way I described. On top of that, the humanitarian support, and we're working with our international partners. I think it's been a pretty clear and concerted response.
Yes, but your argument, Mr. Raab, your argument seems to be that the argument for not acting is that it could start another world war, or heaven forbid, some sort of nuclear war. Well, then what is to stop President Putin going on to attack other countries, just using the same nuclear threat, even countries that are members of NATO?
Well, what is to stop him is this is turning into a much more perilous misadventure for Putin than I think he realised. And as your report made clear, it has had a demoralising effect on Russian forces, some of those young conscripts, and it has had the effect of stealing the will of the Ukrainian people. And that is how we will ensure Putin fails in Ukraine, and we're there for the long haul. And that's why, I mean, again, with some of these very brutal tactics that we're seeing being reported, including by Sky News, with the harrowing pictures that we will see in our TV screens and in the newspapers, I think we've been very clear that those that engage in war crimes will be held to account. And the ICC prosecutors already...
That's absolutely it. There are war crimes happening right now in this country. Children are dying, schools are being attacked, a kindergarten has been attacked, and the West is sanctioning Russian banks and kicking Russia out of the World Cup.
Yes, and but no, more than that, actually. I mean, I totally accept what you're saying. This is the barbarous consequences of such an appalling, aggressive action by President Putin.
Which you're not managing to stop, which you're not stopping.
Forgive me, you're interrupting me at every step, and you're frankly following this on the 24-hour news cycle, which I understand is you're at liberty to do. What we've said we're going to do is degrade Putin's war machine by starving it of the finance necessary to operate. And actually, if you look at the short-term consequences, the effect on the ruble, the effect on the stock market, the doubling of interest rates in Russia, it is having the effect that we want, and it is turning into a very, very difficult campaign for Putin, one which, and we've always said this will be disastrous for for Putin and for the Russian people. But I do think we'll need to have the stamina to be in this for the long haul, and that's why making it clear, both to Putin but also to commanders in Moscow, on the ground in Ukraine, that they will be held accountable for any violations of the laws of war. And we've shown, the West has shown that we're willing to see this through. We will not just look the other way. We had Radovan Karadzic, the butcher of the Balkans, end up in a British jail cell via The Hague recently. And that message will go to those commanders on the ground in Moscow, as well as back to in Ukraine, as well as back to Moscow. And there will be accountability for any crimes that are committed on Ukrainian soil.
And for Vladimir Putin, accountability for Vladimir Putin when it comes to war crimes?
Well, that is there as well. He is ultimately the person in charge via command responsibility, and so that is very much a factor, and this ought to play into his calculations, along with the fact that, as your reporter quite rightly said, and your clip quite rightly said, that this has not been the walk in the park that he expected, either in terms of Ukrainian resistance or the effectiveness of his own tactics. So all of these things will slow down, and we hope encourage, change the calculus and get him to step back. Again, we take these actions, and the UK has done a huge amount. It's been in the vanguard, the Prime Minister, the Defence Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, but we do this with our partners, and we are willing to be in this for the long haul, because I suspect, notwithstanding the initial stuttering, Putin will respond and seek to respond in ever more heavy-handed ways with the appalling humanitarian consequences that will have.
So what about the idea of enforcing some sort of no-fly zone, some sort of humanitarian corridor? Would you support trying to enforce a no-fly zone here?
The Defence Secretary has already been clear on that. We're not going to do that, because it will put us in a position where we would have to enforce it by, in effect, shooting down Russian planes. What we are doing is the measures that I described to you on sanctions, on supporting the Ukrainian resistance, and on the accountability piece, which I think will be even more important, and we'll hear more about that in the days and weeks ahead.
How long does British intelligence think that Kiev, the capital city here, can hold out?
I'm not going to comment directly on the intelligence we get, but it's very difficult to say. The Russian initial advance has been slowed down more than they expected, and that is a testament to the Ukrainian fortitude and courage. And what we want to do is do everything we can to delay the fall of Kiev or any of the other major cities in Ukraine, and we will continue to look with our allies at every means of achieving that, so to make sure that Putin fails in Ukraine. Critically important. That's our strategic objective.
Okay, well, I mean, I suppose if he takes Kiev, he gets rid of the government, he occupies this country, I suppose he'll consider that he hasn't failed. But are we being a bit mean-spirited on visas, do you think? I wonder, a 75-year-old woman living now in a basement in the capital here, who has her son living in London, can she go and join him?
So just on your first point, if Putin occupies Kiev or one or other of the major cities, that doesn't mean this is over, because I think what you'll see is Ukrainians bedding down for some form of guerrilla challenge, which will take a lot longer and could well be unresolvable from the point of view of Putin's military objectives, and indeed your clip showed that. In terms of the question of visas and Ukrainians, the Home Secretary has set out the plans for a bespoke humanitarian scheme for Ukraine, allowing up to 100,000 to come here. The dependence of nationals of the UK, the dependence of Ukrainians living in this country, and I think that's the right way to approach, and it follows wider action.
But how does a 75-year-old woman, sorry to interrupt you, but how does the sirens just going off here, but how does a 75-year-old woman living with sirens going off, living in a basement, get to her son who's living in London? Can she do that? Is she able to do that? Because I can't see how she does. How does she go to Lviv 11 hours drive away, get a visa? And it just doesn't make sense. I don't see how she can get to her son in London under the current system.
Well, this is a consistent feature whenever we have humanitarian asylum schemes set up. We know that the difficulties on the ground make it practically very challenging, but we also know that many will get out of Ukraine, those that fleeing through fear, and many from regular international partners, the Europeans, others around the world.
Any Ukrainian can come in. Any Ukrainian can come in for up to 3 years, or certainly extended family members other countries are doing. Why are we not doing more?
hypothetical case. What I've just set out is the circumstances, and of course we understand the difficulties of the practical situation on the ground. That's common to most conflict zones, of course. And we recognise that, and we work with all of our international partners and the UN to try and resolve that, and to make sure that we continue this tradition of offering haven to safe haven to those fleeing persecution. In relation to the Europeans, of course, they're closer to Ukraine, and as the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK said over the weekend, it will often be the case that in first priority, most Ukrainians want to stay in Ukraine, but if they leave, they want to be as close to their home country as possible in order to be able to come back at some point in the future. So I think it's quite.
This woman wants to get to see her son in London, right? You know, I mean, she doesn't want to go to Poland, stay in Poland. She wants to go and see her son in London.
The fact is the case, but it's clear from what the Home Secretary announced yesterday that we would make that route technically open. Of course, it's very difficult to know how exactly she would traverse the country at that age, but that is the offer the Home Secretary's made. So actually, it directly addresses the scenario you've described.
Okay, Dominic Raab, I appreciate you being with us. We're slightly distracted here by sirens, but listen, I appreciate your talking to us this morning.
Good to talk to you.
Okay, we've just got some pictures we can show you now, not from this city, but from Kyiv, over in the east. It shows a pretty large explosion. And in fact, I know that building. That building is in Freedom Square in the centre of Kyiv, where we were last week. And in fact, you can see some tents in front of it in the Ukrainian colours. That is a stop the war kind of permanent demonstration, and behind it is the local authority building that is now covered in smoke. You can see there, and that is a missile attack direct on that building in the centre of Kyiv. Those pictures just coming in to Sky News. Well, our political correspondent Tamara Cohen joins us live now from Westminster. And Tamara, what did you make of what Dominic Raab had to say?
Morning, Mark. Well, you know on the ground there how urgent the situation is for the people who are holding out in Kiev. But the message very much from the UK government and indeed from the White House yesterday is that military support in the shape of a no-fly zone or other military support directly to Ukraine is not going to happen. The White House made very clear yesterday that would constitute basically a full-scale war between NATO and Russia. Boris Johnson made the same point when he was asked about it by Ukrainians in London on Sunday. And so Dominic Raab said the best hope we've got is to try and starve the Russian war machine financially. That is the way the UK feels the best way to make Putin fail, while also shoring up the states around him. And we know Boris Johnson is travelling today to Poland and to see some British troops in Estonia on the border with Russia to see how they are propping up that NATO eastern flank. But certainly any military support in the shape of a no-fly zone directly to Ukraine is not going to be carried out. And so therefore sanctions, and there have been some very severe sanctions, and the government is planning for more of those this week. We know they're planning more restrictions on Russian banks operating in London, for example. We may hear more about that today. On the big question also of what Ukrainian refugees pouring over the border to Poland at the moment might be able to do in terms of coming and reuniting with relatives in London, the government is still yet to set out exactly how the scheme is going to work. Dominic Raab said, you know, refugee situations occur in every war, but certainly if you contrast that with what the EU are doing, they've announced they're going to waive visa rules for Ukrainians coming to EU countries. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure here for the government to change its policy.
Okay, Tamara, thank you very much indeed. And the United Nations says more than 500,000 people now fled Ukraine or neighbouring countries, mainly Poland, since the start of Russia's invasion. The numbers crossing into the countries are growing, well, by the hour. 281,000 people have entered Poland, more than 84,000 have made it to Hungary, about 36,000 on the border with Moldova, more than 32,000 in Romania and around 30,000 heading towards Slovakia. The UN says that the remainder have been dispersed among various different countries. Our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons reports now from Milny. In fact, we can't get that report, I understand. We can go to Alistair Bunkle, who I think is in Geneva, is he? Good morning. Alistair, good morning. Yeah, and a meeting there, Liz Truss heading there. Alistair, what can we expect from the talks?
Well, look, firstly, Mark, I think probably something along the lines of what you were just saying about the refugee crisis, because that is clearly something that is growing by the day as well, and Europe will need to come together to work out a coordinated response to that, given that it is impacting so many borders and so many tens of thousands of Ukrainians now. So I'm sure that they will be trying to seek some sort of united humanitarian support for that and some sort of coordinated asylum response as well. Yeah, Liz Truss does come here. She's on her way to the United Nations. It is a somewhat a pared down gathering. Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, will address it remotely, but he won't be here in person. Neither will Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. He says because of the ban on Russian aircraft in European airspace, he's not going to be able to come. And so what that does is it removes perhaps the prospect that some people were hoping for, that the two foreign ministers of the United States and Russia would be able to get together behind the scenes and, you know, who knows, maybe find some sort of breakthrough. Instead, Liz Truss will come here. The words that the Foreign Office have released ahead of it are pretty strong. She will say that Russian tanks are tearing through towns while missiles barrage homes and hospitals. Putin is murdering Ukrainians indiscriminately, she will say. She will also have bilateral meetings with her Canadian, Danish, Czech counterparts. And I guess they will talk about what further sanctions can be levied, but you know it's hard to think what more. Yes, okay, I'm sure they can go further, but there has already been a very united, very coordinated, very strong response from the United Nations, from the European Union countries, from Britain, from the United States, and yet, as we were seeing this morning, President Putin and his military only step up the assault on Ukraine. I think they might look towards Belarus as well and levying sanctions against Belarus that mirror those against Russia. But clearly, despite playing a very strong hand with sanctions, it doesn't seem to be stopping Vladimir Putin, at least in the short term.
No, it doesn't. Alistair, thank you very much. Don't forget, every day this week we'll have a special programme, twice a day, on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We'll bring you everything, all the latest about what's happening here, right across the country, as well as correspondents across the world, Washington, Westminster, all over Europe. That's Ukraine invasion, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. all this week. Joining me now is the former head of counter-terror at the Ministry of Defence, Major Chip Chapman. Good morning, thank you for being with us. So we've got this 40-mile column outside this capital city. What do you expect the plan to be here?
It's about X targets have been hit, or the Russians are behind their timeline, are irrelevant. So what you're going to see now is the sequencing of tactical battles for the operational objectives being achieved, and I think we'll see Kiev being encircled, and you'll have an escalation, because an escalation, that's both in target sets and fires, more targets destroyed, and you know, jus in bello will be broken. That is, that the targeting will be against legitimacy, proportionality, necessity, and distinction in war. So they should be held accountable for that. So we're going to see greater combat power brought to bear. And it's worth saying that on D+2, the third day, they only had used a third of their combat power, 50% by D+3, and now they're going to use 75%. So the mass that the Russians will bring to bear is the thing which will be crucial in the next 1 or 2 days. So the resistance is remarkable, but ultimately mass may prevail. You can break the will of an enemy ultimately, because it's not just armed forces that fight wars, it's nations that fight wars.
Yeah, I mean, what do you make of the Ukrainian resistance in terms of their their military. They are surprisingly well equipped, given the sort of resources that are coming in here. But what have you made of how the Ukrainian military are performing?
Well, we talk about fighting power in three parts. The moral one, they've been absolutely remarkable, but they're fighting for families, country, independence and sovereignty. In the way they fought, they've also been very clever. They've been surviving through movement, deception, dispersion and massing when they need to try and chew some of these columns. And I think interdicting that 40-mile column by drone strikes or something like that is absolutely crucial today. You could have a sort of nickel pass from the Iraq war sort of thing. The last thing is that the physical part of fighting power, and they're being well equipped with sort of the Stingers and anti-tank missiles. But one of the fears is that you could have a fourth front, I think, and that is a northern grouping, probably out of Belarus, to try and cut those supply lines that are coming in with these supplies from NATO countries. And of course, it's worth saying that there are three Russian axes at the moment: the central grouping, which is towards Kiev, which we've heard a lot about. But you've also got these western groupings and southern groupings, which have actually been slightly more successful, because a lot of these operations are envelopment operations or encirclement operations, not actually fighting in the cities. And certainly from American intelligence, they're suggesting at the moment that they're trying to draw a line between Mariupol in the Black Sea up to Kharkov, and then they will hold that, and that will become de facto Ukrainian territory. Now, that will try to be negotiated away should there be a ceasefire, but what you have, you hold, you have generally in military doctrine.
Yeah, you mean de facto Russian territory as opposed to Ukrainian territory. I mean, that's what he's trying to do you think? He's trying to get that slice down there, basically have more of Ukraine. So my question would be, to do that, does he need to, rage on Kiev, mount an onslaught on Kiev and topple the government here? Couldn't he just do it and hold it and challenge the West to do anything about it?
No, he needs left bank Ukraine. That's the part to the east of the river Dnieper. And he needs Kiev for two reasons. Firstly, the capital represents the center of gravity, the source of all strength. And secondly, and where he's miscalculated so far, is that he needs to knock over the political polity. Now, Zelensky, having stayed in Kiev, is absolutely vital, because you can guarantee that he'll have done some planning on putting a puppet regime in, and if Zelensky or a new or the former government, as they would see it, flees to Lvov, he can say this is the true government of Ukraine, because it is in Kiev. So Kiev is still vital to hold that and maintain that polity of Zelensky and his legitimate government, because any government put in by Putin would absolutely be illegitimate.
Interesting stuff. Chip, thank you very much for being with us this morning. Watchdog Ofcom is investigating the due impartiality of programmes on Russian state-owned news channel RT. Correspondent Shaman Freeman-Powell has more on this from the newsroom. And do we know what Ofcom are going to do? I think Labour want them closed down, don't they?
Yes, they do. Well, Ofcom have launched an investigation, and the scale of this investigation is unprecedented. In total, there are 15 investigations currently ongoing, and Ofcom said it's going to be looking into impartiality and whether or not RT, which was formerly called Russia Today, meets the impartiality standards that we expect here in the UK. Now, just to explain that, British broadcasting does allow for politically biased coverage as long as viewers are also exposed to alternative views. And in recent days, RT have been accused of repeating claims from Russian President Putin that Russia was actually defending some of the regions from Ukraine invasion or from Ukraine aggression even. So this move will be looking into this coverage and whether or not it meets the standards of Ofcom. And if not, Ofcom does have the power to fine or revoke licenses, which would be huge. If this happened, there could be knock-on effects. For example, Russia could then block the public broadcaster BBC from operating in Russia. As well as that, this investigation comes after Boris Johnson, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, was among politicians calling for Ofcom to investigate RT, and the fact that they have done so could potentially play into that narrative that the UK lacks freedom of expression and that Ofcom is being influenced by British politicians. But despite that, we have spoken to the executive of Ofcom. She said that this is an independent decision and explained why she thought it was necessary.
I think the UK's very plural, very diverse news system is a real benefit to us. But at a time like this, it's also incredibly important that services that broadcast from one particular perspective are respecting our due impartiality codes. This is not a time for, well, it's never a time for one-sided propaganda.
So Ofcom say that they will be wrapping up this investigation as soon as possible because they realise the urgency of this. As well as this, they're not alone. The European Union has also suggested that that banning RT and the news agency Sputnik would be a good idea. And separately, Meta, which is a parent company of Facebook, has said that it will also restrict access to RT and Sputnik on its platforms across the European Union as well.
Okay, Shamal, thank you. The Home Secretary says the government's absolutely working on the possibility of helping Ukrainian refugees go to the UK or come to the UK. The government has been criticised for ruling out a blanket visa waiver for those escaping the conflict. I'm joined now by the Director of Detention Action, Bella Sankey. Thank you very much for being with us. So on these visas, is the government doing enough?
Well, at the moment, it would seem the government is doing the absolute bare minimum to provide any sort of sanctuary route for people that are fleeing Ukraine. All they've done is slightly, ever so slightly, relax family reunification rules so that people can bring spouses or children under 18 to the UK. Even then, there are minimum income requirements and English language requirements that on a discretionary basis the Home Office might waive. So this is leaving people incredibly uncertain. It's leaving people in limbo, not to mention the fact that elderly parents, sisters, brothers, wider extended family members are not covered by this scheme. And there's been absolutely no announcement as to what might be done separate to that to allow Ukrainians that don't have family connections but are in desperate need and fleeing for their lives to come to the UK. So we're totally out of step with Europe, and the offer we've made is meagre and paltry.
So you would like to see a system, would you, similar to the one the EU is introducing, which is, I think, far more broad? Is it even, or I think it might even be all Ukrainians could stay up to 3 years?
So the EU is still going through the process of deciding on its offer, but that's what has been suggested. There are so many things that the UK government could do that would be better than what's been offered so far. A visa waiver is one offer. A humanitarian visa could be created, which would allow people to come to the UK after certain security checks or whatever have been made. We could have a dynamic evacuation and resettlement scheme. There are lots of different options open to the Home Secretary, but so far she's chosen, to ignore all of them.
I mean, the Home Secretary seems to be worried about the security implications of, having a more relaxed system for Ukrainians. What do you make of that?
I think it's pretty problematic that in her response in the chamber yesterday, the Home Secretary made so much of the security point. Let's not forget, that the language of politicians in this moment is incredibly important. And it's, on the Home Secretary not to give rise to unnecessary public concerns around security. These are ordinary Ukrainians that are fleeing this horrendous conflict, children, completely innocent people whose lives have been turned upside down. It would be perfectly possible to devise a system which would allow for some basic security checks while also ensuring that people can very swiftly come to the UK. This has been done by the UK before. It could easily be done again. So to try and identify this as some sort of roadblock to us offering assistance, I think is deeply irresponsible, but also not accurate.
Right, and just finally, I mean, this could go on for some considerable time. Do you think the government will eventually, you know, the Home Secretary says they're working on it, come up with a slightly more relaxed system?
I think it's likely that we might see some more announcements as this conflict rages. But I think what is so disappointing is the way in which this government has had to be dragged kicking and screaming, even to make the most minor commitments to immediate family members, and how, you know, every single, you know, further commitment from here is going to have to be forced out of this government by public pressure and by the statements of the opposition parties. This isn't how it should be. And I think the government has misjudged this. The British public is much bigger-hearted than I think this government realises. But it would very much seem that this government, which, you know, came to power off the back of the Brexit vote, which, you know, was very much pushing this line around immigration and, you know, restricting immigration to the UK, just can't let go of that ideology and that, you know, pretty xenophobic sentiment. So I think we may well
leave it there. We've got to leave it there. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We've run out of time, Bella, but look, thank you for being with us. We'll have much more in the next hour, but the war goes on here. This is a missile attack in Kyiv, the second biggest city in Ukraine. That is in a square called Freedom Square. We'll have much more in the next hour.
Hello, good morning. This is Sky News Breakfast, live from both sides of the Poland-Ukraine border, as the humanitarian crisis
live
and the Russian invasion grows.
Western Ukraine. From here, tens of thousands of people have boarded trains to flee this country.
And they are coming to places like this, Kryschenko in Poland, when they arrive as refugees looking for sanctuary. A seventh night of violence in Ukraine, with latest reports suggesting 21 people have been killed and more than 100 injured in shelling in the eastern city of Kyiv. President Biden praises the bravery of Ukrainians and unity of the West in the face of Vladimir Putin's invasion.
When dictators do not pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos. They keep moving.
Ukraine's President Zelensky remains in the capital, Kiev, telling reporters he's not seen his family for several days while he defends his country. Edging slowly closer, a huge convoy of Russian armoured vehicles is now just 18 miles from the centre of Kiev. The Ukrainian sports stars, including the world heavyweight boxing champion, take up arms to defend their country. Hello, good morning. We're live in Kryschenko in Poland. This is one of the 8 border crossing points with Ukraine. For the past week or so, this country has seen 450,000 people forced from their homes in Ukraine, seeking safety here as refugees from the Russian invasion. Overnight, President Biden to say that Vladimir Putin must pay a price for his onslaught on Ukraine, as he closed US airspace to Russian aircraft. Well, let's take you through the latest developments. In the last hour, a Ukrainian official has said that at least 21 people in Kyiv have been killed in shelling in the last 24 hours. Another 112 people were reportedly wounded. Late last night in Zhytomyr, a city about 85 miles west of Kiev, 4 people were killed when a cruise missile hit their homes. Ukrainian forces still hold the cities of Kyiv, Kherson and Mariupol. But local Ukrainian media reports that Mariupol's mayor says Russian forces captured the city's railway station and port last night. Well, the huge Russian convoy of tanks and armour is now within 20 miles of the city centre of Kiev, but has not made significant progress since yesterday.
The aftermath of a Russian cruise missile strike in Zhytomyr, a city 85 miles west of Kiev, and these are residential buildings near a hospital. Guys, there's a man in this house. Be careful, the firefighter shouts. Ukraine's 95th Air Assault Brigade are based in Zhytomyr. The Russians were likely aiming at them. An Interior Ministry official says 4 people were killed. Ukraine's wartime president, unshaven and tired-looking, as he spoke to reporters.
Can you see or can you communicate with?
No. I can't.
When was the last time you saw them?
Before this war. No, not before this war. No, 3 days ago. 3 days. The middle of this war. Yeah.
Then the news that what the Russians had billed as a precision strike on Ukrainian communication networks, right by the Kiev TV tower, has hit the Babin Yar Holocaust Memorial Site too.
Babi Yar now it's called.
Babi Yar?
Yes.
The memorial?
Yes, the memorial which that we made. They started building after 80 years of this tragedy. It's second Babi Yar.
That is Russian. My congratulations.
Thank you. Guys, thank you.
Все остаются здесь, я сейчас заберу.
Russia is picking up the tempo of its war on its next-door neighbour. 11 people were killed and apartment buildings ripped to shreds in the eastern city of Kharkiv after a barrage of artillery strikes on Tuesday, including this strike on the main government building in Kharkiv's Freedom Square early in the morning. This is a maternity ward in the southern city of Kherson, forced to relocate to a bomb shelter because the sick and those about to give birth just can't leave alongside the 500,000 who already have. Ukraine's health minister posted this picture on his Facebook page of a health worker he says was shot dead by Russian forces as she drove her injured nephew to hospital in Kiev. To the north of the city, the 40-mile-long armoured convoy bearing down seems to have stalled. A US official says it may have logistical issues or fuel shortages. But Kiev waits for the storm that is to come, 1 week into this war that Russia's president swore he would never want.
And we can talk to Diana in Moscow now. And Diana, has there been any response from President Putin to the latest comments we've had from America overnight?
No, not yet. He doesn't tend to start talking early. But we can expect some response from the Kremlin spokesman when he has his daily call. And I expect them to be typically pugnacious and belligerent, because I think that is the mood that Vladimir Putin is in now. As far as more developments overnight in Ukraine go, we understand that Russian paratroopers have been having an extensive gun battle in Kharkiv around the military hospital there, but no loss of life amongst the Ukrainian military. But we do understand that 21 have been killed in Kharkiv over the last few days. And as we saw in that report, not much movement of the convoy, which is approaching to Kiev, and a fairly quiet night in the capital. But if you think about the fact that Vladimir Putin has bombed in his first strikes in the center of Kiev, the cemetery of Babin Yar, which is memorial to the tens of thousands who were killed by the Nazis during World War II, and that Volodymyr Zelensky is Jewish and that his family members were killed by the Nazis. And Vladimir Putin calls this a denazification program, essentially, in Ukraine. It just beggars belief, the justification that he is trying to sell to his own people about this. Because what we're seeing in Ukraine is a terrible war. And what we're beginning to experience here is an economic war that is going to be incredibly long-lasting, longer lasting than the conflict in Ukraine, which Joe Biden said last night would probably end up lasting quite a long time in itself. But here we're already seeing a lot of people leaving. One businessman said to me, Vladimir Putin has undone the work of the last 20 years. And if you look back at the 90s, at least we had something to hope for, and now we don't. A lot of people saying things like, who would want to live in North Korea? But that's the people who understand the impact of the economic sanctions and what they will mean for the future of the Russian people, but a lot of people don't, because they listen to the state's propaganda and they don't understand what is happening in Ukraine.
Okay, Diana, thanks so much for that. Well, let's look at the latest now assessment from the UK Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, who joins me now. Mr. Wallace, what power do you think the West has to stop what President Putin is doing without starting war?
Well, we can help support, we have done in the United Kingdom, been in the lead, the ability for Ukrainian armed forces and indeed the whole population to defend itself. That's why we have equipped, actually from a British point of view, for some months the Ukrainians with anti-tank missiles and other weapon systems and non-lethal aid. And that's why last Friday, I hosted a donor conference of nearly 30 countries from NATO and non-NATO to try and collect up as much lethal aid and non-lethal as possible to make sure they can do that. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is, as you've seen across the international community, very, very strong raft of sanctions. You know, we have seen sanctions that I haven't seen before. The Russian Central Bank has been sanctioned. A number of Russian banks with their assets have been frozen. You know, that is going to cost the Russian government and the Kremlin a lot, and it's going to reflect into the economy of Russia almost immediately. I think we saw 20–30% of the ruble's value drop. We saw interest rates nearly double. So the international community has shown how very angry it is with what's going on in Ukraine, both economically and from many of us in Europe, the sort of military point of view. And I think, you know, those two things are one of the reasons why we see the Russian armed forces moving very slowly on its objectives. It is behind schedule considerably. And while we've seen some footage today in Kharkov of Russian forces potentially in the middle of the city, they don't hold the city. It's a city of 1.4 million people, and they are taking casualties, the Russians, and they're finding it very slow going.
We'll go back to what we know about actually what's happening on the ground in a moment. But first, you mentioned sanctions. Do you not think that President Putin will have factored in that there would have been sanctions, and that these sanctions would have been enormous, and that he actually doesn't care about Russia being a pariah state?
Well, I think, firstly, he probably looked at the sanctions the West put in place in 2014 and calculated with his large cash reserves that he would be able to survive that type of repeat. And while some of those sanctions, even 2014, still exist, I think he probably planned on them being ratcheted up. I don't think he would have woken up earlier, a few days ago and recognised that actually the SWIFT system did manage to kick Russia out and has taken a decision to sanction the central bank. I think that would have been way beyond the expectations of the Russian system. But I think, and in your last point, I think what we have to remember here is President Putin believes that these people would welcome him as a liberator. He was convinced in his own mind, in his own writings, that the Russians and the Ukrainians were the same peoples, and all they were waiting for is the great Tsars or the president of Russia to come and liberate them. And of course, when you make that assumption, you make all the decisions that we see playing out on our television screens, which is a sort of arrogant armed forces that has got bogged down, ill-prepared young junior soldiers because the officers just thought this was going to be much easier than it was. You see equipment in the wrong places, and I think that's why he is, carrying on as he does. But your very last bit about does he care? Well, he obviously doesn't really care. I mean, when I went to Russia myself, the Russian Ministry of Defense, they were very clear that Russian people could suffer greater than mine or greater than Europeans. We can't be harmed by sanctions. And I remember saying at one stage, I actually don't want Russian people to suffer any more than I want European and British people to suffer. That's my view. None of us should want that, but I think there's definitely a sense of pride that somehow Russian suffering equals Russian leadership, and I think he's about to be shocked, because this is the 21st century, and Russian people, just like European people, don't want to go through what they're about to go through.
In terms of what is happening on the ground, do you have any understanding or any information about why this convoy approaching Kiev appears to have stalled? Is it, do we think, logistical issues, fueling, for example, or getting supplies to them, or is it possible possibly a tactical thing to wait?
Well, I think it's a combination of all of what you above, effectively. That what we have seen is that they weren't properly, their tactics weren't correct. They were doing things, thought they were rather confident they would take many of these cities in a few hours rather than 6 days or longer. And when any army on the move takes longer to do things, your logistical supply chain is stretched. If you're given enough rations for 2 days and it takes you 6, you've suddenly got a problem. And I think what we've seen is a lot of those issues are coming to bear. They've also been surprised by the Ukrainian strength of the resistance, and indeed, as a result, the Ukrainians have been also carrying out a very clever plan. We've seen footage, we can't verify, but we've seen footage of Ukrainians using UAVs to attack petrol, train convoys, to go after logistical lines. We've seen railway lines blown up. All the things that you and I think about when it comes to resistance. So I think that is effectively coming home to roost, but it is also a switch in Russian tactics. I think the Russians have realized that the Ukrainians, by fighting, are costing them lots and lots of casualties, and the Russians have taken significant casualties, far more than they would have planned. And I think what they are therefore doing is trying to switch tactics. And what you're seeing now is those heavy bombardments at night. They won't come into the cities as much. They will, I'm afraid, as we've seen tragically by the looks of things, carpet bomb cities indiscriminately in some cases. They will fly their air at night rather than daytime, because what we've seen is they get shot down in the daytime, and they will slowly but surely try and surround the cities and then either bypass them or bombard them. And I think that is the brutality that I'm afraid we are witnessing, and it's going to get worse. I warned before on your programme that is, the Russian doctrine is to get harder and tougher and more indiscriminate. And that's why, that tragic strike on, obviously, the cemetery in the centre of Kiev is exactly what we should expect more of.
Some people believe, you talked about carpet bomb and cluster munitions have been used, thermobaric weapons have been used. Are you confident that they have?
We will collect the evidence on a range of those usage. A number of international partners, such as Canada, are quite rightly putting lots of effort in collecting evidence. If there was any evidence of war crimes, that would be either presented to the International Criminal Court, or indeed countries on their own are free to take certain actions. We have to, war crimes or anything else are done based on evidence. We've seen reports, we've certainly seen the deployment of some of those weapon systems. We haven't verified the use, but that's what we will collect evidence for it. And, some of these weapon systems are horrendous. About a week ago, we summoned the defense attaché from the Russian embassy to the ministry to remind him of his obligations under the Geneva Convention. The Geneva Convention is there to uphold a humanitarian treatment of both prisoners of war but also of civilian populations. They have to live up to those obligations, and we will make sure that we hold them to account whatever happens, whether it's now or in years to come.
Boris Johnson was held to account personally yesterday by a Ukrainian journalist who wanted him to explain to her why Britain can't enforce a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Why can't we?
Well, I've been on your programme about 4 times the last week, and I've explained why. The reason is, I'm afraid, simple, but it is, very difficult to take a zone. You have to enforce a no-fly zone. That would involve British fighter jets shooting down Russian fighter jets, probably over Ukraine. That would lead to, that Article 5 would lead to a war against Russia across the whole of Europe. That is not a position that members of NATO are prepared to. But that is the reality of it. And we can do the next best thing, and that's not a great comfort, I understand, to Ukraine, but we can arm them, we can support them, we can convene the international community to condemn Russia, to put in very large sanctions, to freeze their assets, to target the leaders of that country. And whatever happens in Ukraine, and I hope Russia sees sense, I hope it realizes this is not a way forward, but whatever happens in Ukraine, the Russian government we see before us today on our television screens will be isolated, and as I think as Diana said in Moscow, Russians were saying we don't want to be North Korea, but if they're not careful, the long-term effect of the Russian government will be isolation.
But it seems to me, as I stand here on the Ukrainian border and watch these families coming across, I saw a family, 3 generations coming across a short time ago, the grandmother in tears. You're reminding us all how Britain must play by the rules. But Putin isn't playing by the rules. How far does he have to go in breaking the rules before we take some kind of direct action?
Well, I think the question is, how far does Europe want us to get towards a war across Europe with Russia? How far does the British public want us to go against a nuclear-armed power who may view escalation of all means? So I think we have to be realistic here. Ukraine, and I've said it even before this conflict started, Britain was at the forefront of helping try and get Ukraine into NATO. It takes all 30 countries to support it. We've had troops in Ukraine through Operation Orbital since 2014, 2015, helping the Ukrainians train. We've trained 20,000 troops to get them up to standard to join NATO. We've done a lot of that, but others wanted to move at a different pace. So the reality is, on the day that Russia invaded Ukraine a week ago, Ukraine was not in NATO. So we have to do everything else in our power to do that. But I'm afraid I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to put at risk the rest of Europe by triggering a major, potentially, war across the whole continent.
Is the UK able to send planes to allow Ukrainians to enforce the no-fly zone themselves?
Well, look, there isn't a no-fly zone, so let's just be really clear here. And the other thing that no one seems to talk about in the no-fly zone is, who does the no-fly zone benefit? If you had a no-fly zone in Ukraine, the overwhelming scale of the Russian army would be able to drive around with impunity, which it can't at the moment. You talked about the armoured column, without any air attack from the Ukrainians, because there would be a no-fly zone. So it's a bit like in the Battle of Britain. If we said, "Oh, let's have a no-fly zone," if an unhelpful suggestion came around saying, "Let's have a no-fly zone," that would have suited the vast, German Wehrmacht army. It wouldn't have suited the small, the United Kingdom, who were just not previously just returned back from Dunkirk. So let's ask ourselves, what would it have achieved? You can still have fighting with a no-fly zone, it just won't be in the air, and that would allow those Russian armoured columns to drive around with impunity and not be struck from the air, where currently Ukrainian aircraft and Ukrainian unmanned air vehicles are causing damage on key parts of their logistical chain. So I think people who suggest a no-fly zone should be really clear what they're trying to achieve and how it will be enforced, because I don't see them actually coming up with any logical details behind it.
OK, Ben Wallace, Defence Secretary, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Well, let's see how the situation in Ukraine has developed in the last day. Late last night, at least 4 people were killed when a Russian airstrike hit a residential area in Zhytomyr, a city around 85 miles west of Kiev. In the second city, Kyiv, a missile strike hit a regional administration building in the central Freedom Square yesterday morning. And in the last few minutes, Kharkiv's governor has said at least 21 people were killed and 112 wounded in that shelling. In the capital, Kiev, an airstrike on the city's main TV tower yesterday afternoon left at least 5 dead and took some Ukrainian channels off air briefly. President Zelensky's office said that the nearby Holocaust memorial we were talking about was also damaged by a strike. British intelligence suggests Russian forces are also encircling Kherson, and Russian forces had captured the city's railway station and port last night. And overnight, Ukraine's defence ministry has claimed it has evidence that Belarus is preparing to send its troops into the country. Satellite images in recent days have shown Belarusian aircraft assembling near the border. The humanitarian situation crisis continues to grow following Russia's invasion. Hundreds of thousands of people have already left Ukraine. The United States says that as of 1 p.m. yesterday, over 660,000 people fled Ukraine to neighbouring countries in the first 6 days of the conflict. Poland's Deputy Interior Minister says that this morning, over 450,000 people had entered from Ukraine in total by volunteers who have fires going, there's hot drinks, there's food for them coming to this border from inside Poland to ferry these people to refugee centres further inland. So that's all citizens of people heading heading there before they then head on towards the border with Poland. And Adam, what is the situation there this morning?
The situation is busy and cold, frankly. That building you can see behind me, a very grand building, is Lviv's main railway station. So my team and I came into here yesterday afternoon from very near where you are on a train that was very quiet, about 60 people on it. When we got into that train station, quite curious actually, the platforms were deserted, then you came down into the tunnels underneath and it was packed with women and children who were waiting to get on the train going out of here and back towards the Polish border. Women, children and some older people, some pensioners. I didn't see any young Ukrainian men trying to get onto that train. There were foreign nationals, students or migrant workers. The young Ukrainian men are staying here in Ukraine. They've been asked to stay and fight for their country, and that is what they are doing. So the people you see over there in the distance outside the train station are the ones who are here now trying to get out of the country or arriving. I think it is worth saying, not everyone is trying to flee Ukraine and get into Poland. A lot of people who are arriving here in Lviv and then remaining here, they are displaced within their own country, arriving from whether it's Kiev, trying to get to a safer city, which Lviv is at the moment. But then again, clearly there are lots trying to flee. The Polish border guard says 98,000 people crossed into Poland from Ukraine yesterday. They say the total, and this is just going to Poland, is now about 450,000. Let's paint you a little bit of a picture of what it's like here. It's cold, it's snowing, and if you look around here, you see people who have arrived with bags, with not many possessions, and they've arrived into a country, into an area, a city that is cold, but welcoming, frankly, safety. And there's a slightly heady sense to the air as well, because there's snow fluttering down on us. There's also over there, you can maybe able to see the smoke coming up. These are from the braziers, from the wood that is being burnt on these enormous charcoal ovens, and so there as well, but all around us are people who need help. Come here with, you see this lady here is looking cold and I'd say looking very, very anxious and scared. People don't have very much. They have gone away from their homes and brought, in many cases, brought their pets with them. You see a lot of cats and dogs. Red Cross is operating here. I think it is worth also saying that in Lviv itself, this is a safe place. This is a long way from the front line at the moment. But there's still that sense of nervousness. To get here, we have had to come through roadblocks. We had 3 people came into our vehicle to check our credentials. One of them, a young man, a very friendly man, but holding an AK-47 rifle. I don't think he was used to having that to him. We've seen an army recruitment centre with a line of people outside it already. There's an even bigger queue. We saw there yesterday. There are these kind of homemade anti-tank hedgehog, enormous metal devices that are being put in place. So we're a long way from the fighting here, and yet the rumours always abound that the Belarusian troops could descend on this city. The bottom line is, this is where people are trying to get away from. Lviv has become every Ukrainian's plan B.
Adam, thanks very much, and that is their plan B, and then I suppose this is their plan C. This is where they come to when they've passed through Lviv. They're coming to border crossings like this. Krishchenko, as we've been talking to you, another family have come across the border. It's a really slow process. They're processing family groups individually. So about every sort of 5 minutes, another group come through. They're usually escorted by border guards wearing those black outfits with the yellow marks on them. Then they try and link them up with somebody here on this side. Sometimes they've got people they know and they're being met by people and they're waiting here. There are cars parked further up the hill, but often it's just actual volunteers from Poland who've come down here to help take people to other parts of the country. They're taken from here onto other areas, onto central railway stations and refugee centres where they can stay overnight if they need to. Well, in the last few moments, we've heard from the Ukrainian president. He says that up so far, by day 6 of the conflict, 6,000 Russian troops, he believes, have been killed in this conflict, and he's renewed his bid for Ukraine to join the EU. Meanwhile, President Biden has used his State of the Union address to say that Russia is now more isolated from the world than ever. He said Vladimir Putin will pay a high price for invading Ukraine. Our US correspondent Mark Stone reports from Washington.
President Biden, has Vladimir Putin committed war crimes?
No comment from the American president as he left the White House for the short journey up Pennsylvania Avenue. They had gathered on Capitol Hill for the key annual moment in America's political diary. But the State of the Union this year required a broader focus.
Madam Speaker, the President of the United States.
With the yellow and the blue dotted through the chamber, he pitted autocracy against democracy, good against evil.
6 days ago, Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people.
In the audience, the guest of honor.
The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States is here tonight, sitting with the First Lady. Let each of us, if you're able to stand and send an unmistakable signal to the world of Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Unity among nations was the key theme.
In the battle between democracy and autocracies, democracies are rising to the moment, and the world is clearly choosing the side of peace and security.
There was this message for those who surround Putin.
Tonight, I say to the Russian oligarchs and the corrupt leaders who built billions of dollars off this violent regime, no more. The United States, I mean it.
And as he has so many times, he said again, America would not fight in Ukraine, would not fight Russia, but would defend freedom however it can.
It matters. American diplomacy matters. American resolve matters.
But at a time when American and Western resolve is facing its greatest challenge in decades, there were no standout sound bites, no George Bush axis of evil moments. No, this was measured, calm, focused, and yet it couldn't provide any hints of how all this might develop, how it might end. As he left, the president had a message of support for his top general.
Besides, we got the best damn generals in the world.
A man whose counsel he values and may need in the weeks ahead. Mark Stone, Sky News in Washington.
Well, while the diplomacy and the statements come from world leaders, of course, the fighting is still going on inside Ukraine, where many, many millions of people still are. Alex Rossi joins us now from inside, from Dnipro. What is the situation where you are?
Well, at the moment, it's extremely tense. It's calm inside the city of Dnipro. This is an arterial city which links east and west, so it would be a key strategic target for the Russians. The assumption really is that they will push up from the south and in from the east once they've taken the areas there. Now, in terms of the Russian fighting along the coastline with the Sea of Azov, Ukraine has pretty much now been cut off from that coastal area. Mariupol, another key city, is, from what I understand, pretty much surrounded now by Russian forces. There's been fairly heavy bombardment, shelling inside the city in residential areas. The situation there is pretty desperate, as it is in Ukraine's second city of Kyiv, which again has faced a pretty heavy pounding overnight. There have also been reports from the Ukrainian authorities that Russian paratroopers arrived at about 3 a.m. and there were significant and very prolonged clashes in the city. And of course, that place is also being hit hard by shelling as well. The fear is in all of these areas that Russia, perhaps frustrated by the problems that it has had so far in this invasion, is now really upping the violence. As far as the Ukrainians are concerned, they are accusing the Russians, and there is plenty of evidence of that as well, which we can independently verify, that they are attacking civilian areas with the intent of terrorizing the population, and that appears also to be working. We are seeing very large numbers of people now fleeing the country. The United Nations says something like 660,000 people have now fled. Train stations are crowded. People are squeezing on to whatever transport they can get on so that they can get out of the country. But that's not to say that the resistance against the Russian invasion remains as fierce as ever. All over this city, and it's something that's replicated across Ukraine, they are digging in for a prolonged and sustained fight. They will keep resisting the Russians and try to repel those forces for as long as they can. Effectively, what you have here, and this perhaps is a reflection of why it is so very desperate, is this is an existential fight, really, for the soul of Ukraine as far as the Ukrainians are concerned. They talk about freedom, they talk about democracy, they don't want the cloak of darkness of the Kremlin descending across their country, and they are going to pay for that in blood and sweat. They say they will continue fighting for as long as they can.
Alex, thanks very much for that. Well, a short while ago, I spoke to the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, and he told me that Russia's apparent slow progress may in part be down to the assumption of Vladimir Putin that his troops would have been welcomed by Ukrainians and that the invasion would not have been met with such strong resistance.
What we have to remember here is President Putin believed that these people would welcome him as a liberator. He was convinced in his own mind, in his own writings, that the Russians and the Ukrainians were the same peoples, and all they were waiting for is the great Tsars or the president of Russia to come and liberate them. And of course, when you make that assumption, you make all the decisions that we see playing out on our television screens, which is a sort of arrogant armed forces that has got bogged down, ill-prepared young junior soldiers because the officers just thought this was going to be much easier than it was. You see equipment in the wrong places, and I think that's why he is, carrying on as he does.
Well, it's getting really busy down here now on the border this morning. A bit of a change of troops, as it were, in terms of staffing here, and also quite a lot of lorries bringing supplies, etc., down here. Let's talk to Tamara Cohen now, who joins us now from Westminster. In terms of the politics, Tamara, we've got Prime Minister's questions today, of course. What pressure do you think will be brought upon the Prime Minister about the current situation?
Morning, Jane. Well, I think what's not going to be the subject of pressure on the Prime Minister really is to introduce a no-fly zone. There aren't significant calls from Conservative or Labour MPs to do that for the reasons that Ben Wallace set out very bluntly there, perhaps more bluntly than the Prime Minister did yesterday, that it risks simply a nuclear war because Russia is a nuclear-armed country, and as Ben Wallace put it, they may escalate this conflict by any means if NATO forces go out trying to enforce such a no-fly zone. And he also says that those who are advocating it have not thought through the fact that it may actually disadvantage the Ukrainians militarily and benefit the Russians. So very firmly slapping down that idea. The help that we're going to be offering to the Ukrainians, he made very clear, is sanctions. And he said that these sanctions are above and beyond what Vladimir Putin will have factored into his calculations, really biting on ordinary Russians. And of course, sending military aid, as we have done already and may be doing at the moment, to the Ukrainians to try and fight the Russians. He talked about the role of morale and the fact that the Ukrainian resistance has been so fierce is perhaps the reason why this convoy of tanks that we can see in those satellite pictures making its way towards Kiev has made such slow progress. He says the Russians may be in process. That's going to be terrible news for all those Ukrainians holed up in cities, that this may be a very long war, there may be a very long resistance to be fought there, but he was very clear that the military aid that NATO will be providing is at its full extent at the moment. I think the questions the Prime Minister will face today are about refugees and whether the government will allow in any more. They announced yesterday that extended family of Ukrainians living in the UK would be allowed to apply to come here, but nothing at the moment for Ukrainians who don't have ties here. And there may be also calls from Labour for those sanctions to be sped up.
OK, Tamara, thanks very much. As we've been talking to Tamara, another family have just got into a private car to go back into Vo. Albin Curti, really good to talk to you today, sir. Thanks a lot for joining us on Sky News. How concerned are you that the events that are happening in Ukraine could spill over into the Balkans, possibly into your country?
Good morning. Well, I think that we've already seen this in the Balkans, in Kosovo in spring 1999, when 860,000 Albanians from Kosovo were deported to Albania, Montenegro and North Macedonia. Hundreds of massacres took place. 12,000 civilians have been killed, unarmed civilians, and at the same time 20,000 women have been raped. We see now this Russian invasion, military aggression, that every institutional leader, every European and world politician should condemn fiercely, clearly, and in this way we should all show solidarity and admiration with the courage and liberation struggle of Ukrainian people. Balkans is not immune from the effects of the situation in Ukraine, because in the Balkans we have a country which did not impose sanctions on Russian Federation, which did not join EU into condemning Russian invasion, and that is Serbia, our first neighbor. We have a very long border with Serbia. Serbia is our northern neighbor who does not recognize Republic of Kosovo, in contrast to Albania, Montenegro and North Macedonia. They have very strong ties, and these ties are both cultural and historical on one hand, but also military and economic ones. For example, Serbia has 14 MiG-29, and these fighter jets, and they've gotten 8 of them as donation from Belarus and 6 from Russian Federation. In Serbian parliament, out of 250 MPs, 151 of them are members of the Russian-Serbian friendship group. It is the largest friendship group, and at the same time Gazprom, Russian Gazprom, owns 56% of oil industry in Serbia and 51% of gas storage in Banatski Dvor in Vojvodina, which is the biggest one in southern Eastern Europe. Lukoil, Sberbank, all Russian companies have their branches in Serbia, and Vladimir Putin will try to outsource war also in the Western Balkans by turning it into his battleground with Western democracies. But we stand firm and vigilant, and we are not afraid. We want to join EU and NATO. Currently we have NATO in Kosovo, but sooner we get NATO membership, it will be better for people of Kosovo, for Republic of Kosovo, but for the entire region and European continent in general.
And Kosovo has already been mentioned, hasn't it, by the Russian foreign minister a few times. He said that people from Kosovo had gone to fight in Donbass. What do you make of that?
That shows his intention. He wants to destabilize the Balkans. That's why he's saying these false things. There are no Kosovar citizens who went to fight in Donbass. It is Russia which annexed Donbass and Crimea. Let us not forget that President Putin came to power as Prime Minister of Russian Federation only 2 months after liberation of Kosovo in 1999. And then he annexed South Ossetia and Abkhazia in Georgia in the same year, few months after we declared our independence on 17th of February 2008. President Putin was mentioning Kosovo at least once a month, and now he's doing it every week. because he simply hates NATO, hates the West. He is a despotic leader who is both bitter and nostalgic, and he would like to turn hybrid war into war. Now we have seen that hybrid war was never a substitution for war. It was just its preparatory phase. And there is hybrid war also in the Western Balkans. And Sputnik Center is in Belgrade for the entire region of Western Balkans. That's why EU and NATO should engage more with the Western Balkans. I urge 5 non-recognizers within EU to recognize Republic of Kosovo. Spain, Slovakia, Romania, Greece, and Cyprus should recognize independence of Kosovo, and in this way contribute a great deal to peace, stability, and security. On the other hand, President Putin was hosting at Sochi last November President of Serbia Vučić, who during the meeting showed map of Kosovo with northern part in particular, because some of the illegal structures of Serbia are still very active and functioning there. Basically, they are in close coordination. That's why EU capitals should be very firm in asking from Belgrade to condemn Russian invasion and military aggression, because Ukraine has not been overrun by earthquake or floods. It was not a natural disaster. It was war machinery led by a despotic president with a genocidal intent, which is causing a mass expulsion of Ukrainians from Ukraine. Apparently, Russian blitzkrieg has failed, but it is obvious for me that they will go now after a partition, after dividing Ukraine into eastern and western part, where the western part, they will try to be landlocked and as small territorially as possible. That's why I support people of Ukraine. We have imposed sanctions on Russian Federation, just like Council of EU decided. And at the same time, we are going to host 20 journalists from Ukraine who had to flee their country. Last Sunday, the decision of Bundestag was historic. And that was of a great help for EU and for the region.
Okay, we must leave it there. Prime Minister of Kosovo, Albin Kurti, really good to talk to you today. And thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's just bring you some new images that we have. Sky News has verified the video of a missile strike in Kyiv, the second largest city in Ukraine. Well, the attack caused damage to a university and government building, which are opposite one another. The two buildings are in the centre of Kyiv, with this strike, of course, following yesterday's attack on the city's Freedom Square. Well, in his first State of the Union address, the US President Joe Biden last night vowed that Vladimir Putin would not divide the West. But how has the US response to the crisis been received? Well, national security analyst and attorney Ari Aramesh joins me now from West London. Ari, good to talk to you today. What did you make of Biden's comments last night, talking about a closure of US airspace to Russian planes? Is it going to make any difference to President Putin, do you think?
Well, it's going to increase the pressure. It's important to pressure President Putin both militarily, economically, and also physically. Now, Russian airspace, or at least Russian airplanes and equipment and aircraft have now become unwelcome in many European capitals and now in the United States. And it's not just oligarchs, it's not just military sort of exchanges, but the most important thing is these civilian aircrafts are no longer welcome to come to the United States. Now, that sends a message to the Russian people that the actions of President Putin has made and has turned Russia into a pariah. For years and years, Putin's clients, like Khamenei of Iran or Assad of Syria, they were the pariahs, but they were clients of Moscow. And now you see that President Putin and his inner circle are now turning Russia into one of those international pariahs that ironically have also brought such a spirit of unity to the Western world and to the free world. Last night, watching President Biden's State of the Union address. You could not have seen bipartisan standing ovation for President for President Biden just a couple weeks ago. But every time he mentioned Ukraine, every time he talked about the Ukrainian people's solidarity, Ukrainian people's strong will to defend themselves and to fight for their destiny, and also American support for Ukrainians, for NATO, for the Western Alliance, and for the free world, you saw bipartisan standing ovation and long-standing ovations for that matter. So yes, Putin has miscalculated, he has failed, and now he's paying the price. But here's the thing, I don't think Putin is going to just roll back his incursion because we're imposing sanctions. Sanctions are a punishment, but they are a long-term punishment. Right now, what the Ukrainians need the most, especially coming from those NATO borders, from Hungary, from Slovakia, from Romania, and from Poland, are arms, lethal defensive measures to be able to take out Russian armor and Russian mechanized units and Russian infantry. The Javelin missiles, Stingers to take out and neutralize Russian air superiority. So yes, that we should continue helping the Ukrainian people with aid. We should continue helping the Ukrainian government both rhetorically, but also finance this war effort and send what they need. And that is arms, and that is especially armor-busting javelins. That is exactly the sort of equipment they need, and we should provide it. Now, again, even if major cities were to fall, even if Kyiv or Kharkiv or Mariupol in the east, Odessa in the south, even if they were to fall, you could still have an insurgency on your hand, and that could still exert much cost and much pressure on Putin and on a Russian sort of occupying force in Ukraine. So helping out the Ukrainian resistance, Ukrainian military, and the Ukrainian people in this phase, even if major cities were to fall, still not futile. It's a long-term investment in this fight.
Okay. Aramesh, national security analyst and attorney, good to talk to you. Thank you very much. Well, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has brought about a raft of changes to global flight patterns, of course. Let's talk now to Ryanair Chief Executive Michael O'Leary. Mr. O'Leary, in terms of flights to this part of the world, what has the impact been? Obviously, you're not able to fly into Ukraine anymore, but has there been a knock-on impact on other areas around here?
Not really, Jane. We were Ukraine's largest airline. We flew to the 4 airports in Ukraine up until last Thursday morning: Kiev, Kharkiv, Odessa, and Lviv. We carry about 2 million passengers a year to and from the Ukraine. But all those aircraft are based in Poland, in Romania, in Italy, and in Germany. So, regrettably, while we'd like to continue to serve the Ukraine, the skies are closed, which is right, I think, for safety reasons. We'll pivot those aircraft and operate more flights from Poland, Romania, Italy, and Germany to the beaches of Greece, Italy, Spain, and Portugal this summer. Much as we have seen, obviously, a huge increase in demand for our flights to and from those Polish cities where many Ukrainians are now traveling back to the UK and to other cities where they have relatives across Europe. Our flights from Rzeszów, Krakow, Warsaw, and we're very happy to play a very small role in reuniting those Ukrainian families across Europe.
How quickly could you turn things around if the situation changed and it became safer in Ukraine? How quickly could you get planes back in there?
We'd have planes back in there, I think, within about 4 weeks. But the challenge is how much the airports have been degraded. Last Thursday night, our understanding was that the Russians took out the radar facilities, the ILS and the radars at the main Ukrainian airports, which is why the European authorities said close the skies. It wasn't safe to fly there. But subject, and I think, there'd be a huge willingness from Western authorities to rebuild those radars, to put the facilities back in, particularly for the summer. And I guarantee you, Ryanair will be the first airline and first aircraft back into Ukraine as soon as it opens. We value our business in Ukraine. As I said, we have 2 million Ukrainian customers flying with us every year, and we will restore that business as soon as it is safe to do so, and as soon as we're permitted to do so safely.
And what about, of course, the knock-on impact we've seen on fuel prices generally across the world? What impact is that having on the airline industry? And presumably those increases are going to be passed on to passengers.
I think it's going to be very difficult for most airlines for the next 12 months. I mean, last Thursday we saw spot oil prices rise from 70 from 75 to over $100 a barrel. Thankfully, or luckily, Ryanair, we're 80% hedged. We've hedged out about 80% of our fuel needs out to March 2023. So for this summer and for the rest of this year, we'll still be able to pass on low oil prices and low fares to our customers because we have a very strong fuel hedging position. Up until last Thursday, we were hedging into the summer of 2023. We've about 9% of our fuel needs bought forward at about $75 a barrel, but those prices have now, over the last 5 days, rocketed to $95 a barrel. You know, and I'm not sure, we would still believe, hopefully, that the Ukrainian situation will be resolved in favour of Ukraine in the near to short term. But there's no doubt that if oil prices remain high at around $100 a barrel, we are going to see a dramatic increase in supply. The Iranians are talking to the Americans about resolving the nuclear discussions. They're already loading up tankers to export oil. The US shale producers, we believe, will start turning on production. And I think the most important thing we in the West can do is drive up oil production, because what hits Russia hardest is low oil prices and low gas prices. So we should, as well as sanctioning the Russians, do everything we can to increase oil and natural gas supplies around the world, drive down oil prices, because that's what hits the Russian authorities hardest, is low oil prices.
Okay. Michael O'Leary, good to talk to you this morning. Thanks a lot for joining us on Sky. Well, you're watching Sky News live from the Polish-Ukrainian border this morning. We're at Kroschenko. This is one of the places that those wanting to leave Ukraine are coming to. They're arriving at the border on the other side, some on foot. The majority are being dropped off by car. We are seeing some cars come through, not so many, but the ones that do come through are absolutely full to the gunnels of people. They are really, really chock full, as many people as possible getting across in cars. We're also seeing a lot of families coming across on foot, mums and children being met by people here on the Polish side of the border. So carrying plastic bags with food. They're obviously being given a certain number of supplies on the other side for their journey when they get to this side. And then when they come to this side of the border, they're being met sometimes by family, sometimes by friends. We've seen quite a lot of lovely reunions today, people who haven't seen each other for a long time. But also volunteers who are coming to pick people up. We've seen cars here from Switzerland, from the Czech Republic, from Germany, from Finland. So people are coming from all over Europe to help here. And then they go on to transit centres. There are 3 from this particular border where they will then be processed. They can stay for longer if they need to, if they haven't got anywhere to stay. They could then be moved on to another part of Poland, perhaps. And this is a relatively small border crossing, but there are 2 much larger border crossings, bigger ones, which are closer to Kiev, north of here. And we are seeing a lot more supplies coming in through those routes. A lot more big trucks. And what is often happening here, perhaps if we look at this family here or just loading into this car, what's often happening is we're seeing cars are coming, often full of stuff, full of bags of perhaps old baby clothes, perhaps food. And people in the cars are depositing those things with the volunteers here. And then the empty car is waiting and is being filled up with families who are being taken back inside Poland. Well, these pictures show one of the larger border crossings, and you can really see the tiny numbers, the large numbers of tiny children that there are. We're going to take you away from these images for now and take you across to Beijing, where we're getting this press conference from the International Paralympic Committee.
However,
let's listen in.
With just 48 hours to go before the opening ceremony of the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games, this is a very difficult time for the whole world as well as the Paralympic movement. This week, the IPC has needed to navigate its way through 2 very difficult issues: the safe passage of the Ukrainian Paralympic team to Beijing and the breach of the Olympic truce by the Russian and Belarus governments. It goes without saying that the ongoing situation in Ukraine is horrific, and our thoughts, prayers, and well wishes are with our member, the NPC of Ukraine, its delegates, athletes, officials, and the wider Ukrainian population. I am delighted to say that just hours ago, the Ukrainian team, consisting of 20 athletes and 9 guides, arrived safely here in Beijing. This is a wonderful achievement, and I'm sure you share my delight that they are safe and will be able to compete at these games. For this, I would like to thank the IPC management team and the Beijing 2022 organizing committee for their tireless work behind the scenes. Today, the IPC governing board met to discuss the current situation and its impact on the Paralympic Games and the wider Paralympic movement. As you can imagine, it was a very intense and emotional meeting with all board members eager to share their views on the matter at hand. Over the last week, the board and myself have also had many conversations with IPC members, and we are all grateful to you for sharing your views and your opinions on this subject. The points raised both publicly and privately by our member organizations fed into the internal discussions we had over the course of the last several days. The 14-strong board, which features 8 Paralympians, was united in its condemnation of both Russian and Belarus governments for breaching the UN resolution in the week leading up to the opening of the Games. The board was also unanimous in deciding that such actions could not go unnoticed or unaddressed. In deciding what action to take, the board was guided by the IPC's core principles, which include a commitment to political neutrality and impartiality and an unwavering belief in the transformative power of sport. These are key components of the new IPC constitution that was approved at the 2021 IPC General Assembly held just over 3 months ago. The board also needed to work within the framework of the IPC handbook, the rules and regulations that govern the Paralympic movement and which are approved by the IPC membership. In that respect, it is currently not a membership obligation for an IPC member to ensure compliance with the Olympic truce. We were also conscious that decisions of this magnitude invariably end up in law courts. Therefore, our decision-making needed to be driven not by emotions, but by our constitutional purpose and handbook. This approach is consistent with how we tackled the Russian doping crisis ahead of the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. Back then, we were able to prove that the RPC was unable to ensure compliance with and the enforcement of the IPC's anti-doping code and the World Anti-Doping Code. These obligations are a fundamental requirement for all national Paralympic committees and clearly highlighted in the IPC handbook. This time round, the situation is different. There is no nexus between the recent actions of the Russian and Belarusian governments and our membership obligations. In particular, there currently is no membership obligation for an IPC member to ensure compliance with the Olympic truce. This means that within the current IPC rules framework, suspending either NPC Russia or NPC Belarus for breaching the Olympic truce is something that would be overturned in the German court of law. Working within the parameters of the IPC constitution and the IPC handbook, the IPC governing board has taken the stronger possible action in response to the gross violation of the Olympic truce by the governments of Russia and Belarus. The actions we have taken were announced earlier this evening. Ahead of them becoming public, we informed Beijing 2022, the IOC, and briefed all IPC members participating in the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. The measures are as follows. The RPC and NPC Belarus will participate as neutrals at the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games under the following conditions. All their athletes support personnel will participate in an individual capacity as neutral athletes support personnel. They will compete under the Paralympic flag and the Paralympic anthem. They will not be included in the medals table. The RPC delegation must cover the RPC symbol on their uniforms in all official ceremonies and sporting competitions. The Belarus delegation must cover the Belarus flag on their uniforms in all official ceremonies and sporting competitions. All technical officials attending the games from Russia and Belarus will be listed as neutrals under the Paralympic flag, as will coaches from the respective countries involved with other teams. The approach set out on points 1 and 2 above will also be followed in relation to the participation of the RPC and NPC Belarus in the 10 parasports governed by the IPC. The IPC Governing Board has also decided, both in its role as the global guardian of Paralympic movement and as international federations for 10 para sports, that it will not hold any events in Russia or Belarus until further notice. This will include World and European Championships, as well as all sanctional level competitions, such as World Series, World Cups, and Grand Prix events. The IPC Governing Board also recommends that all parasport international federations, regional organizations, and the IOSDs follow the same approach. An extraordinary IPC General Assembly will be held in 2022. Under the IPC Constitution, 6 months' notice must be given before this event can take place. At this meeting, IPC members will be invited to vote upon whether ensuring compliance with the Olympic truce should be a membership requirement, and therefore, any IPC member breaching that requirement in the future could face suspension or termination under the IPC rules, and whether to suspend or terminate the membership of the Russian Paralympic Committee and Belarus Paralympic Committee. The Paralympic honor bestowed to Vladimir Putin, President of Russia, has been withdrawn. Paralympic orders, the highest accolade that can be presented within the Paralympic movement, will be withdrawn from the following individuals: Dmitry Chernychenko, President of Sochi 2014 Organizing Committee, now Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation; Dmitry Kozak, Deputy Prime Minister of Russia, now Deputy Chief of Staff of the Presidential Executive Office; Oleg Sidomolotov, Chief of Interagency Security Command Center, Sochi 2014, now Deputy Foreign Minister; Alexander Gorovoy, Deputy Chief of Interagency Security Command Center, Sochi 2014, now First Deputy Interior Minister. Given the time constraints and the need for the IPC to focus on the delivery of a safe and successful Paralympic Winter Games under these unprecedented circumstances, the IPC Governing Board will reconvene after the Games to further discuss this matter and any additional action that may be required. It is deeply disappointing that such action is required. However, the IPC Governing Board believes it to be necessary in order to hold governments to account for actions that impact directly on the Paralympic movement, the Paralympic Games, and Paralympic athletes. This is especially so given the origins of the Paralympic movement arising out of the horrific events of Second World War. Now that this decision has been made, I expect all participating NPCs to treat the neutral athletes as they would any other athletes at these games, no matter how difficult this may be. Unlike their respective governments, these Paralympic athletes and officials are not aggressors. They are here to compete in a sport event like everybody else. The eye of the world will be watching the Paralympic Winter Games in the coming days. It is vital we show the world leaders through our sport that we can unite as human beings and that our true power is found when we promote peace, understanding, and inclusion. This is at the core of what the Paralympic movement does and what it stands for. We should not lose sight of this now, no matter what the circumstances. In some of my conversations during the past several days, I've heard the sentiment that sometimes you just have to do the right thing no matter what the consequence. I suspect some of you in this room may be thinking the same. I want to take a moment to address this view because I think it is misplaced in these circumstances and actually can result in real damage to our movement. The question I will ask is the right thing for whom? The second thing I'd offer is that being faithful to our Constitution and membership obligations is in fact doing the right thing. We are membership, and our constitutional purpose, our collective belief in the power of sport, is not something that we put on and take off whenever it suits us. Instead, the principle of political neutrality and the genuine belief in the transformative power of sport must be our North Star, our strength, or perhaps our lifeboat, especially when we find ourselves facing the darkest side of humanity. These commitments are ones to embrace, not shed, during these critical times. To close, I hope I have been able to share with you the difficulty of today's decision. At the IPC, we pride ourselves on sticking to our principles when making difficult decisions. Today, we could not abandon the principles that have got us this far, no matter what the public pressure. As a membership-based organization, we value the views and the ongoing support of our members. This is why we are eager to organize this extraordinary General Assembly later this year, rather than wait until 2023 General Assembly, so that the members can have more of a say on this matter. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. I'd now like to pass the mic to Jitske Visser, the chairperson of the IPC Athletes Council. Jitske, over to you.
Thank you, Craig. Good evening, everyone. As the chairperson of the IPC Athletes Council, it's disappointing for the athletes and all game stakeholders that with 48 hours to go before the opening ceremony, the talk is not of sport, but global politics. We've also been greatly concerned to ensure that the Ukrainian Paralympic delegation could safely get to the Games, and it is wonderful that they arrived earlier this day. Since this crisis began, the IPC Athletes Council has been eager to listen to the views of the global para-athletes.
Well, that there, the International Paralympic Committee, who have confirmed what we heard a little earlier today, that the Paralympians from both Russia and Belarus can compete. The Games start on Friday, but it will be competing neutrally. Also announced some personal sanctions against both President Putin and President Lukashenko of Belarus. We're going to talk more about this in a moment, but first there's a bit of breaking news from the mayor of Mariupol. This is a city in the south of Ukraine. He is reporting mass casualties as a report of a sustained Russian attack. So Mariupol, we know that this is an area that the Russians had advanced upon. The mayor there says that there have now been mass casualties there as the result of a sustained Russian attack. We'll bring you more details on that as we get them at Sky News. But let's cross to Sky's sports correspondent Tom Parmenter, who joins us now. And Tom, we heard there more details from the International Paralympic Committee. Also, really them expressing how difficult it is for them to make these decisions. We've seen so many sporting events stepping away from Russia and Belarus, but making the point there that the Paralympians who are expected to take part on Friday are not the aggressors, and that we can unite as human beings and promote peace, understanding and inclusion, and they're hoping that perhaps some good will come of the Russians and Belarusians competing. What has been the UK reaction so far, Tom?
As you say, the IPC are trying to pick their way through this and are trying to rely on their rules and handbooks to allow them to have come to decisions that are kind of challengeable and that will stand up if they are challenged further down the line. And the position that they have come to with the organisers of the Winter Paralympics is that Russian and Belarusian athletes will be allowed to compete, but as neutral athletes, and that the Russian Paralympic Committee, will not appear on the medals table. And that is a position that has divided a lot of opinion across the Paralympic community. There's a fair degree of anger. We were talking earlier to Richard Whitehead, one of the prominent runners in the Paralympics, who appeared at the Winter Games and the Summer Paralympics as well. And he told us that he was very disappointed with the decision. He said that it doesn't send out the right message. It's not a firm enough stance from the IPC. And that has been echoed today by Nadine Dorries, the Culture Secretary, who has responsibility for sport within her department. She says, "I'm extremely disappointed with the IPC. This is the wrong decision, and I call on them to reconsider. They must join the rest of the world in condemning this barbaric invasion by banning Russian and Belarusian athletes from competing." She goes on, "We will consider the full range of options in protest of this decision in consultation with UK Sport and the British Paralympic Association. I will also be meeting with my international counterparts this week to discuss how we can respond collectively." And the clock has been very much ticking for the Winter Paralympics because they start on Friday. There is due to be a team that was made up of Russian athletes taking part in the para-ice hockey this weekend. So they were really up against a tight deadline, but the decision that they have come to is one that is certainly not fully well received across the Paralympic community and further afield.
And Tom, I understand that Everton Football Club is stepping away from its Russian sponsors as well. We've heard from a number of other football teams who've done this already.
Yeah, they're one of a number of sporting clubs who have links to Russian-based money, and really their connection is one of Alisher Osmanov, who is an Uzbek oligarch who has had a commercial relationship with the club for some time, sponsoring their training ground, and also has the naming rights for Everton's new stadium. A big centrepiece of their plan in the next few years is to move from Goodison Park down to the waterfront on the River Mersey, and Mr. Usmanov very much part of that financing of that big move. And so Everton have been trying to work out how they go forward. They have shirt sponsors, they have various sponsors connected to the club that are connected to Mr. Usmanov's businesses in Russia, and the club have said they can confirm that it's suspended with immediate effect all commercial sponsorship arrangements with the Russian companies USM, Megafon and Yota. So these are seismic decisions being taken within sport at speed, and as we can see, a variety of standpoints being taken, some much more hardline than others, and the Paralympics have said that they have tried to plot a course that respects their rules and principles and is also not going to penalise those athletes who, as the Paralympics have said, are not the aggressors, and they expect during the Paralympics in Beijing for them to be treated like any other athletes.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Now, President Biden has used his State of the Union address last night to say that Russia is now more isolated from the world than ever before. And he said that Vladimir Putin will pay a high price for invading Ukraine.
6 days ago, Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people. But the next few days, weeks, and months will be hard on them. Putin has unleashed violence and chaos. But while he may make gains on the battlefield, he'll pay a continuing high price over the long run.
Well, from Washington, Sally Lockwood joins me now. And Sally, what has been the reaction to the State of the Union address? Do Americans think that Biden is doing enough for what is happening in Ukraine?
Well, there's been largely bipartisan support here in America for Joe Biden's response to this Ukraine crisis. Of course, some Republicans are critical, some saying that it's too little too late. But it's an uncomfortable position for the Republican Party, criticising Joe Biden's foreign policy on Russia when, of course, they embraced Donald Trump, who has flattered Vladimir Putin on countless occasions, not least since this invasion of Ukraine. But what we heard from Joe Biden last night at this State of the Union address was stuff that we'd largely heard before, but this time it was to a much bigger domestic audience, where he framed this battle between democracy and autocracy. One new step that he did announce, though, was that he's banning Russian aircraft from US airspace, and he vowed to go after Russian oligarchs. He did, though, also express concern about the rise in energy prices and where this war will end. Now, Kamala Harris, the Vice President, has been doing the rounds on some of the US networks this morning, and she talked about the impact that Western sanctions is already having on Russia's economy, saying that the ruble has tanked, the stock market in Russia is essentially closed, she said, and that Russia's credit rating is now junk. One thing to look ahead to in around an hour and a quarter from now, the UN General Assembly is reconvening its emergency session in New York in response to this crisis in Ukraine, and we could get a vote on that resolution as early as today, a vote on Russia's actions and a call to the end of their invasion of Ukraine. Of course, what difference will that make? It doesn't seem that Vladimir Putin has given much response, if any, to Western actions so far. And even last night in that State of the Union address, Joe Biden actually acknowledged publicly, first time, that he's not certain where Vladimir Putin is going to stop. Quite a chilling thing for the President of the United States to say. And certainly, at least publicly, Joe Biden has not offered any sort of compromise to Vladimir Putin, and Vladimir Putin hasn't offered any sort of reaction in terms of this Western response and sanctions. So far, certainly perhaps figuring that at this stage, having gone this far, he may achieve more by continuing this brutal invasion of Ukraine.
Sally, thanks very much. Well, the Human Rights Council's right now holding its third day of talks in Geneva, with several ministers giving speeches on the situation in Ukraine. Poland's foreign minister called on Russia to stop the war and respect the human rights of the people of Ukraine.
The horror that was imposed on my country's neighbor has already caused deaths and suffering, including among civilians, and constitutes the most deplorable degree of violations of international human rights law. We call on Russia to immediately stop this war, to withdraw troops, and to respect human rights and humanitarian needs of the people of Ukraine according to obligations stemming from international law.
Joining me now is our correspondent Laura Bundock in Brussels, and diplomacy is continuing today, Laura, but is there any suggestion that Vladimir Putin is paying any attention or heed to it?
No, none whatsoever, but that doesn't stop the diplomatic efforts being made in Geneva, and we've been hearing nation after nation making similar statements, similar declarations against Putin's invasion of Ukraine, similar pleas for him to withdraw his forces and to re-engage with the diplomacy. It was interesting hearing the Irish Foreign Minister, Simon Coveney, when he got up and he said this crisis will only be resolved with political dialogue. So there is very much the hope there that it might end with that kind of political dialogue, but no sign of it yet. One interesting player in all of this is Emmanuel Macron, the French president. He's due to make a state address a little later on this evening. And remember, he has always had a closer, perhaps, relationship with Putin. He's ever since becoming president tried to develop a special relationship with him. The two have been pictured on a few occasions, notably at the beginning of last month at that huge long table. And there was a phone call on Monday, a 90-minute phone call between the two. Now, Putin, President Macron asking for Putin to stop attacking civilian areas and the like. Clearly that hasn't happened, but I think it's seen as an important relationship because it is at least one communication channel that remains open for now. As I say, though, this diplomatic effort still ongoing, very much a sign that world leaders trying to isolate President Putin, isolate the Kremlin. Is it stopping his actions? Well, it certainly isn't at the moment, because while the diplomacy continues, it's clear that Putin's invasion does too.
Laura, thanks very much. Well, let's get a closer look now at the situation on the ground in Ukraine and the strategic manoeuvres of the war. Let's cross to Kamali Melbourne at the Sky News Centre. Kamali.
Jane, thank you very much. Well, let's now take a closer look at the situation on the ground as Russian forces continue to encroach on Ukraine. I'm joined by Michael Clark, our defence analyst, for a closer look at this. So, Michael, just tell us where we are with the fight for Ukraine at the moment as the Russian forces are arrayed in a number of points around the country.
Yes, I mean, the Russians began this with what I would call a plan B, which was to do it the way Western forces would have done it, with relatively light forces moving quite quickly from the border to surround key areas and moving quickly on Kiev, get rid of the government, declare themselves a new government, and that was all supposed to be done within 72 hours. Hasn't worked. They've made a big mess of it, and the Ukrainians have fought back ferociously. So now they've gone to plan A, which is what they know how to do, which is to move in more slowly with heavier armour, siege trains, as they say, down the Dnieper Valley, as you've pointed out there, in order to surround the big cities. And this has become a war of the cities. It's a north-south war at the moment, but it will revolve around the cities. The Ukrainians can't defend the whole country, so they defended the cities, and the Russians are now moving in on all of those cities.
And we'll focus in on some of the cities in more detail, Kherson, Kharkiv, and the latest news we've got of Mariupol in a moment. But Dnipro is interesting at the moment, isn't it, as well? Because the defender there, the Ukrainian armed forces commander, said something.
Dnipro is an area of about 3 million people. It's a big industrial area. It's about 1 million people in the city. And the leader of Dnipro, Mykola Lukashenko, has said that he said, I've got 1 million people under arms, the Russians are 90 miles away, I will turn this into a new Stalingrad, and I believe him.
Well, that may well happen in the coming days. Let's take a close look at the fight for the south of the country, focusing in on the cities of Kherson, Odessa and Mariupol. Now, let's talk about Kherson to start with. Now, we understand that this city is still being contested by both Russian and, of course, Ukrainian forces, and also Mariupol. In recent hours, we've seen the latest from the mayor there saying that the city is coming under heavy bombardment, constant bombardment, and they are running out of water as the Russian forces continue to attack.
Yes. I mean, two key places here. Kherson, where they're still fighting, a major city, and that, again, should have fallen quite quickly, but it didn't. The Russians are clearly trying to create a land corridor between the territories that they held in the Donbass through to Crimea, which was annexed in 2014. Mariupol, right on the edge of the disputed Donbass area, should have fallen within hours. We've been saying that for days now. And according to the Ukrainian government, they are still holding on in Mariupol. I don't know how they're doing it. They're coming under great pressure, but there's some sort of Alamo going on there. At some point, the Russians almost certainly will link up all of this southern area, and then they will start to push north up the Dnieper Valley to unite the north and south of the country, which they hope that they will have taken.
Okay. Well, Michael, let's just take a quick look now, if we can, at Kharkiv, where we have seen some more heavy fighting. There has been Russian elements that we understand have lifted into the city, of course, still being defended by the Ukrainians. There was that attack on Freedom Square yesterday as well. So we are seeing that this is under heavy contestation by both sides.
Yeah. Kharkiv, the second city, very important city too. And the Russians look as if they're now adopting their plan A, which is the way they always do these things, which is to surround the city, probably coming at it from the east, airborne drops, we think probably in the west, and they will sit outside the city, bombard the strategic centres as they see them. They won't worry too much about civilian casualties, and then they probably would start to bombard civilian areas in order to break the spirit of the civilians, and then just move in. And what happens in Kharkiv in the next 2 or 3 days almost certainly will be what will happen in Kiev probably sometime next week.
Okay, Michael Clark, for now, thank you very much. All right, let's throw it back to Jane on the Polish-Ukrainian border.
Well, we're going to talk to Lithuania's Vice Minister of Defence in a moment, Margaris Abuveskias. But let's just take a quick look at what's happening behind us. These trucks have been arriving backwards and forwards throughout the day. They're bringing supplies which are being passed down the line. This one behind me has got nappies, foodstuffs, toilet rolls, those sorts of things. There's just a constant stream of them here at the border coming. But let's bring in the Vice Minister of Defence from Lithuania, Margaris Abuveskias. Very good to talk to you. I understand that our Foreign Secretary, the UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, is travelling to Lithuania today and is going to be meeting her counterparts from a number of countries there. How concerned are you in Lithuania about what is happening in Ukraine?
I think everyone is concerned. It's not only in Lithuania. I think in all EU and NATO countries and worldwide, I would say the reaction towards Russian actions is worldwide and very united. So everyone is concerned because we see that Russia does not respect any rules, agreements, and so on. Of course, we saw that this is coming. We saw the aggressiveness of Russia. We saw military integration with Belarus and other similar things. But I think till the last moment, nobody really believed that we can cross this red line. And we see that we crossed this red line with full invasion on Ukraine. And of course, it is worrying.
What about Belarus's involvement, though? Of course, a country right next to yours.
I think when we talk about the current war, we should say that Belarus participates fully in Russian campaign. I'm not talking about their soldiers, but we are allowing their territory to be used by Russian military to fire rockets, to deploy troops, and so on. So in our reaction, we should see that this is a Russian-Belarusian war against Ukraine and against the West.
What do you think the West should do now?
I think we are doing already a lot. I think what is important now in the coming days to continue and to increase military assistance, because this is really needed to help Ukrainians to fight back, to withstand Russian actions, and to push back Russians, not to allow them to gain more territory. So this is key, and we should definitely increase that military assistance. Of course, in parallel, the process on sanctions are ongoing, and we are every day communicating more and more heavy sanctions. But I think in a short term, the only thing which can stop Russia is military assistance to Ukraine. They will not stop if Ukraine will not stop them.
Okay. Margaris Abubikias, the Vice Minister of Defence of Lithuania, thank you so much for joining us today on Sky.
Thanks
well,
for having me.
As we're here at the Polish-Ukrainian border, we know that almost 700,000 refugees have already fled the Russian invasion. More than half have been arriving in places like this one. Let's bring in, from Lviv in western Ukraine, UNICEF spokesperson James Eldon. And James, it does seem, I have to say, really quite well organised in terms of people coming. They're being met by people. They're not really having to stand around for a long time, which is fantastic. But of course, each person coming across here is leaving their life behind, aren't they?
Yeah, spot on, and I'm really glad to hear that, because of course people I'm speaking to, the women I was just with at a shelter, who spent the last 2 or 3 nights in bunkers, or not in bunkers but under bombardment in Kiev or Kharkiv, and then they've made that long journey. Okay, it's only 500 kilometers, but maybe it's taken them 24 hours in freezing conditions to where I am in Lviv, and then they're at a train station cold, and now they're getting shelter to that next step to where you are. So I'm really glad to hear that, because yeah, the trauma, the stress, I've seen it before, but maybe not on this scale, not right now. It's just that train station just echoes with tears, and as you say, husband and wives farewell each other. Fathers explaining to their 7-year-old daughters why dad is leaving, and little girls off with mum to a country she's not heard of.
Heartbreaking, isn't it, James? What's striking me is how little.
Non, bah les biens, ouais, aussi.
Cars have kind of got loads of stuff packed into those great big sort of heavy-duty
Je pense
shopping
qu'il y a des
bags.
gens qui
You know,
dessus,
they
mais là j'ai mis
haven't
full auto,
got
donc.
their cases and stuff. They've just thrown stuff into bags.
Sinon, je peux enlever le mode.
Are just coming across with what they can carry. It's absolutely heartbreaking. James Ida from UNICEF, I'm afraid we're around for time, but it's really good to talk to you today. Thank you very much for joining us from Lviv. You're watching us here now at the Ukrainian border between Poland and Ukraine. It's been a heartbreaking morning, I have to say, watching people coming across here. But at least there are people on the other side to meet them and to try to offer them some help for this next stage in the conflict. Stay with Sky News.
ithalatla kalmıştık. Rusya gelmedi, gelmeyecek, müzakereler olmayacak gibi birçok farklı kaynaklar bilgiler çıktı ama en son Ukrayna Cumhurbaşkanlığı basın ofisi akşam saatlerinde, saat vermemekle birlikte akşam saatlerinde heyetlerin Belarus sınırında görüşmeye oturacağını açıkladı. Sonrasında da Rus heyetin bölgeye ulaştığı bilgisi paylaşıldı. Şu an net bir açıklama yok. Yani görüşme başladı mı, ilerleyen saatlerde mi başlayacak bilmiyoruz ama bu akşam görüşmelerin olması bekleniyor. Çünkü iki taraftan da aynı açıklama geldi. Rusya tarafı heyetin Belarus'a vardığını açıkladı. Ukrayna Cumhurbaşkanlığı basın ofisi de bu akşam saatlerinde görüşmenin olacağını söyledi, paylaştı bir görüntü olarak. Tabii önemli, herkes bu görüşmeleri bekliyor. Yalnız Zelenski de bir paylaşım yaptı yine sosyal medyadan ve bu Rusya'nın saldırıları durmadığı sürece bu görüşmelerin sizce anlamı var mı diye sordu. Önce bu saldırıları durdursun Rusya, ardından bu görüşmeleri yapalım diye bir açıklama yaptı ve bu noktada da şu anda biz de merakla bekliyoruz çünkü Rus kara birlikleri oldukça yaklaştı Kiev yakınlarına diyebiliriz. Bahsedersek, Odessa'da zaten çok ciddi sokak çatışmaları her gün yaşanıyor. Özellikle hava karardıktan sonra o ortaya çıkan anlamsız görüntüleri de şöyle izah edelim sizlere. Rusya yanlıları, Rus ayrılıkçıları diyebiliriz onlara. Evet, Ukraynalı vatandaşlar Ukrayna'da yaşıyorlar ama onlar Ukrayna, Rusya'ya bağlılar. Rusya'ya bağlı olmasını istiyorlar Ukrayna'nın ve bazı noktalarda hani Rus askerlerin bu kadar rahat dolaşmasının nedeni onlar. Yani onların olduğu yerlerde Rus askerleri gerçekten çok rahat ve herhangi bir sıkıntı yok. Ama Ukrayna'yı seven Ukraynalılar ciddi anlamda şu anda silahlanmış, işte sokaklarını, mahallelerini kum torbalarıyla çevirmiş, hazır vaziyette Rus askerlerinin gelmesini bekliyorlar. Yani bu akşam için özellikle gece beklenen bir tedirginlik var. Rus askerinin geldiği noktayı öncelikle şöyle özetleyeyim. Ortanov askeri üssü var. Hava üssü o noktayı en son ele geçirdiler ve oradan ilerlemeye Kiev'e doğru ilerlediklerine dair uydu resimleri paylaşıldı. Bu ne demek? Yaklaşık 20 kilometre demek. Yani Rus tankları, Rus sınırları, Rus birlikleri, kara kuvvetleri şu anda Ukrayna'ya yaklaşık 20 kilometre mesafedeler. Onun harici ama Kiev'de zaten büyük gerginlik var. Nedeni de şu, çünkü sürekli roketli füze atışlarıyla belli bölgeler vuruluyor. Hatta dün yine Rus Savunma Bakanlığı bir uyarı yayınladı. İşte devlet dairelerinden, polis merkezlerinden, askeri bölgelerden sivil vatandaşlar uzak dursun, biz oraları vuracağız diye bir açıklama yaptık. Hemen arkasından zaten buradaki televizyon vericilerin bulunduğu o büyük kule vuruldu ve uzun bir süre burada televizyon yayınları verilemedi. Yani sürekli bu hatta roket düştüğünü, füze düştüğünü söyleyebiliriz.
Ukraine is prepared to take in?
Absolutely, and we have facilitated the entry in Romania of citizens.
If you're looking for insurance for your business, go spend.
The residential areas. Ukrainians are being killed by Russian ballistic missiles and thermobaric weapons. Just yesterday, Kyiv, Kharkiv, Zhytomyr, Mariupol, Melitopol, and many other cities and towns sustained heavy shellings that killed dozens of innocents, including children. Ukraine deeply regrets that a student from India has become a victim of this shelling by the Russian armed forces in Kharkiv. We offer our deepest sympathies to India and the relatives of the victim. A Chinese citizen was also injured in another Ukrainian city because of Russia's deadly attacks. The Ukrainian and foreign citizens have become hostages of the Russian armed aggression against Ukraine. In Kiev, Russian murderers hit the CCTV tower, killing 5 passerbys. One of the missiles dropped on the Babin Yar Holocaust Memorial, a sacred place of commemoration of Jews, Ukrainians, Roma, and representatives of other ethnic groups killed by Nazis during the World War II. What an irony when victims of Nazis are being killed for the second time by Nazi modern followers. As the President of Ukraine asked, what was the point of repeating this slogan, never again, in 80 years? It's already clear that the goal of Russia is not an occupation only. It is genocide. On 7th and 8th of March 2022, the International Court of Justice will hold public hearings in the case concerning allegations of genocide under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Ukraine versus Russian Federation. Also, the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has decided to proceed with opening of a formal investigation into the situation in Ukraine. Unprovoked escalation of Russian aggression against Ukraine gives reason to believe that crimes within the jurisdiction of the ICC continue to be committed on the territory of Ukraine. Along with the situation in Crimea and Donbass, recent events suggest that aggressors' troops continue to commit war crimes and crimes against humanity. Dear colleagues, one might consider observing the bloodshed in Ukraine that it is not my war. It is a mistake. The evil will never stop. It requires more and more space to conquer. If tolerated, it advances further and further. The draft resolution is one of the building blocks to build a wall to stop it. To stop in Ukraine and not to let it go further. The wall that will protect all of you, in particular younger generations. Distinguished delegates, by voting today, you also reconfirm your country's commitment to the UN Charter. After the vote, I invite you, ambassadors and representatives, to stop by the Indonesian lounge and to sign this little blue book. Little but of global magnitude. Every vote in favor of the resolution and every signature of country that voted in favor would be a historical reconfirmation of the Charter. It is very easy, ladies and gentlemen, to sign the Charter. at time of peace. It is the duty to sign and reconfirm and implement the Charter at the time of war. So stop by the Indonesian lounge, put the name of your country if you voted in favor. And after you sign this book, I will hand it over to the Secretary General for keeping the book in his office, in front of him. So at every single moment, the Secretary General will get an inspiration from the overwhelming majority of nations who still trust in the UN, who still trust in the UN Charter. There is a very fragile gentleman, a very old one. He was born in a territory that was part of the Kingdom of Hungary. He will celebrate his 102 years birthday in 9 days. His name is Benjamin Ferenc. Benjamin Ferenc was an investigator of war crimes, a chief prosecutor at one of the 12 subsequent trials of Nuremberg. Later, he became an advocate of international rule of law and for the establishment of the International Criminal Court. With the permission of the producer, I would play a couple of seconds of his words. And I want you to listen very carefully.
3 words: law, not war. If you can do that, you save every day billions of dollars, which you can use to deal with the legitimate complaints of old people who need medical care, students who have to pay for their tuition, all the legitimate complaints which could be solved if we didn't spend the money on weapons to kill them instead of helping them. And that is the current system. Now, how are you going to do it? I will end by telling you how to do it and the principles which have guided me. There are 3 principles. 1, never give up. 2, never give up. 3, I hear you, never give up. Good luck. I wish you the best of luck.
Please show respect. Show respect to the Charter. Show respect to the Secretary General. Show respect to this gentleman who will celebrate 102 years since his birthday. I call upon all responsible member states to support the draft. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. We shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/ES-11/L1 entitled Aggression Against Ukraine. Before I open the floor for explanations of vote before the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Russian Federation.
President, Secretary General, colleagues, Russia
would ask for this draft resolution to be put to the vote. And we call on you not to support this draft. However, we know about the unprecedented pressure that our Western partners are exerting on a large number of countries, urging them to vote as they see fit. This is not something even that we can call pressure. It was open and cynical threats, and we know about it. This document will not allow us to end military activities. On the contrary, it could embolden Kiev radicals and nationalists to continue to determine the policy of their country at any price, holding peaceful civilians hostage, but not in the figurative sense of the term, but in the literal sense of it. Now, that is what is happening in a series of cities in Ukraine where people are being used as human shields. Today we've learned that in the Ukrainian military are not allowing citizens of Mariupol to leave the city. They are keeping them there, including women and children there in one of the schools in Mariupol, and forcing them, turning back all civilians who are trying to leave the city along humanitarian corridors. We also know about planned nationalist battalions who are planning provocations, which they have been preparing with the participation of civilians, so that then they can accuse Russia of having carried them out. Running against norms of international humanitarian law, and military hardware is being placed in residential areas, as well as rocket launchers and artillery. Today, we will provide examples of this to the UN leadership, who are still asserting that they don't have this kind of evidence, although videos taken by Ukrainian citizens are freely available on the internet. Responsibility for this fully lies with the Ukrainian authorities, much like for the irresponsible and criminal distribution of weapons to anyone who wants one, including those who have been released from prison. This has already led to many cases of robbery, murder and plundering. Colleagues, your refusal to support today's draft resolution as a vote for a peaceful Ukraine free from radicalism and neo-Nazism, living in peace with its neighbours and refusing to be managed from outside. This was the aim of our special military operation, who the sponsors of this resolution tried to present as aggression. We heard from the Ukrainian representative words about Nazism, but he didn't mention the rampant neo-Nazism in Ukraine itself, and the rampant neo-Nazis and neo-nationalist radical organisations about torchlit processions and those who support Hitler. Those who are interested in the development of the Ukrainian crisis and how it has developed very much understand where it came from. In actions today, we're trying to stop the 8-year war of the Maidan regime on the people of Donbass. Over the last years, our country has done everything it can, and things that are impossible to avoid this kind of scenario. We, according to the Secretary General, have left no stone unturned and knocked on every door. However, we were not listened to. Those living in Donbass are still being bombed. They don't plan on stopping at 14,000 victims, the vast majority of which are living in the LPR and DPR, were living in the LPR and DPR. The aim of our special operation is announced on the basis of Article 51 of the UN Charter and will be achieved. However, we are not carrying out strikes on civilian facilities and civilians. Don't believe the large number of fakes spread around the internet on this. These fakes have only distributed like biscuits at operation centres, special special operations of Ukraine, and this center was destroyed. A peaceful scenario for Ukraine could happen if the radicals concern about preserving civilian lives in their country and rather than hiding behind them. This is a call in the text before the vote. There is no reference to this call in the text before us to vote on. Nothing is mentioned about the illegal coup in Kiev in February 2014, with the connivance of Germany, France and Poland, and with the support of the United States, where the legitimately elected president of the country was overthrown. This draft does not mention anything along the lines that the new nationalist authorities are limiting the rights of citizens to use the Russian language. This was a green light for a large chain of events, of violations of the basic rights of those living in the east of the country, not only in the east of the country, including the most valuable right, that of right to life. Many of you don't want to hear about this, about the tragedies happening in Ukraine after the Maidan coup in 2014. And those people who burnt alive in Odessa, and the crimes of those who didn't agree, against those who didn't agree with them. And the most blatant example of this was the war against Donbass rolled out by Kiev. There's nothing in the document either that over the last 8 years, Europe and the US have been pumping the Ukraine with weapons so that those people can kill civilians in Donbass. And the loyal authorities in Kiev are fully ignoring the Minsk agreements and sabotaging Security Council Resolution 2202. Finally, this draft is a clear attempt of those who, over the last decades, have committed huge numbers of aggressions, illegal and international law, as well as coups, one of which indeed was the Maidan coup in Ukraine. They present themselves as champions of international law. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Serbia.
Most sincerely regrets events taking place in the east of Europe. Russia and Ukraine have always been friendly country to the Republic of Serbia, and Serbian people perceives Russians and Ukrainians as fraternal nations. We felt loss of life of it.
Well, we've just heard from the Russian representative to the UN. He followed the Ukrainian representative to the United Nations, who said our generation was meant to be the one that brought an end to war. He talked about the draft resolution that the UN will be voting for, a number of points in that. They want to reaffirm the sovereignty of Ukraine. They want to reject Russian aggression, condemning the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and they want an international probe into any alleged human rights violations. The Russian representative in turn said that passing this resolution would embolden further action. Let's speak to Sky's Sally Lockwood, who is in Washington. There she is. Sally, President Biden's State of the Union address last night, and he was speaking earlier on as well. What's the latest from Washington with regard to this Ukraine invasion?
Yeah, that's right, Sarah Jane. While this UN General Assembly emergency session continues in New York, as you were just showing there, Joe Biden has just left the White House for Wisconsin to focus on a domestic agenda today, an infrastructure law here in America. That said, of course, Ukraine very much remains top of his agenda. Now, before he left, he was asked a few questions on some of the issues regarding Ukraine outside the White House, namely, would he want to see President Zelensky go to a safer place, and should China get involved? Has he spoken to China? Does he want to see Russian oil banned? Have a listen to what he said.
How worried are you about President Zelensky, and do you think he should stay in Ukraine, or do you think he should try to leave?
I think it's his judgment to make, and we're doing everything we can to help him.
What kind of danger is he in? What
attempts to reach China or talk to them about the situation at all?
Not directly yet. The staff has been in contact with him.
So not a huge amount of insight from President Biden there. He's not giving much away, but certainly last night in that State of the Union address, he did say for the first time that he didn't know how this war was going to end. Quite a chilling thing for the President of the United States to say. Of course, Vladimir Putin's actions have been predicted by the United States, their intelligence extremely accurate, but it's not quite clear exactly how this is all going to end. The off-ramp, as the Americans tend to describe it, doesn't appear clear, and Joe Biden certainly hasn't made public any compromises that he's prepared to put to Vladimir Putin. But of course, this UN General Assembly session, which is only the 7th of its kind, I should say, since 1950, will wrap today. We expect a vote at some point today on this resolution over Russia's actions and this invasion of Ukraine. Now, this vote is not legally binding, but it does hold political weight in terms of further isolating Vladimir Putin on the world stage. Now, the US ambassador to the UN has also spoken today, and she called this meeting an extraordinary moment. She said the US is choosing to stand with the Ukrainian people, and she also spoke about potential war crimes being committed by Russia in Ukraine, saying that they've seen videos of Russian forces moving exceptionally lethal weaponry into Ukraine, which has no place on the battlefield. That includes cluster munitions and vacuum bombs, which are banned under the Geneva Convention. We are choosing to hold Russia accountable for its actions, and we will soon vote on a resolution that does just that. Now, of course, this vote may not change anything in the immediate term for the Ukrainian people, and certainly Joe Biden at the moment has said that he doesn't know how or when President Putin is going to stop, and certainly in the face of Western sanctions and isolation on the international stage, nothing so far appears to be deterring Vladimir Putin.
Sally, thank you. Sally Lockwood with the latest from Washington. You are watching Sky News. Coming up after the break, criticism of the decision to allow Russian and Belarusian athletes to compete at the Beijing Winter Games. I'm Becky Johnson, a Sky News Midlands correspondent based here in Birmingham. Allegations of exploitation in Leicester's clothing factories aren't new. In fact, it's been an open secret in this city for years. Made for people who want clarity in an uncertain world.
We're getting more and more stabbing, and essentially I think it's more and more younger children.
Here in the diverse industrial heart of England, we hear from people who have real stories to tell.
Parents are going to complain like this.
These protests are being organised primarily by people who aren't parents at the school.
We have to be prepared that patients will die from this illness. The River Severn is still rising, and people here in Ironbridge have been told it could go up by another metre. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Russian and Belarusian athletes will be allowed to compete as neutrals at the Beijing Winter Paralympics. Culture Secretary Nadine Dorries has criticised this decision, but the International Paralympic Committee president defended the ruling.
It is deeply disappointing that such action is required. However, the IPC governing board believes it to be necessary in order to hold governments to account for actions that impact directly on the Paralympic movement, the Paralympic Games and Paralympic athletes. This is especially so given the origins of the Paralympic movement arising out of the horrific events of the Second World War. Now that this decision has been made, I expect all participating NPCs to treat the neutral athletes as they would any other athletes at these games, no matter how difficult this may be.
Sky Sports correspondent Tom Parmenter has more.
Yes, this is a big and divisive call from the organisers of the Winter Paralympics, who have studied their own guidelines and procedures and concluded that there is a way that Russian and athletes from Belarus can take part in their games in Beijing that of course start this Friday. So the clock was very much ticking for the organisers of the Paralympics, but they have decided that there is a way for the 70+ strong contingent of Russian competitors to take part, and that will throw up all kinds of different conundrums and protests, no doubt, during the course of the competition, but it is going to happen despite the objections of a lot of people across the Paralympic community and more widely. It was confirmed in a news conference in Beijing where one journalist decided to tackle the organisers of the Paralympics in Beijing with the reality of what is happening on the ground in Ukraine. And that journalist pointed out the case of Yevgeny Malyshev, a 19-year-old athlete in the biathlon who was actually killed this week in the battle for Kyiv in the east of Ukraine. This is what happened.
He will never get a chance to compete again. So on behalf of his family, I want to know what you would say to them about allowing athletes from the aggressor states to compete when he will never get that chance.
Well, the only thing I can say to his family is that, of course, we regret what is going on in Ukraine. I cannot even start to imagine the pain that this family is feeling at the moment. Again, my country is not at war. My family is not protecting themselves from bombings in the subways of Kiev, as I know that many people are doing at the moment.
The decision from the IPC has also led to a backlash here in the UK. We were speaking earlier to Richard Whitehead, one of the most prominent Paralympians who has represented GB at the Winter and Summer Games, a very successful career, and he said he was deeply disappointed by the fact that this just doesn't chime, in his view, with the idea and principles of the Paralympics of being one of equality and celebrating the human race, and that by having Russian athletes under whatever name and under the neutral banner, it simply doesn't just sit well with him and so many other people. Nadine Dorries, the Culture Secretary, sport of course falls within her department. She put out a statement earlier saying that it was completely the wrong decision, but it certainly sets the theme for these games, and it will no doubt continue to be a major talking point. There may be moments of protest. We know that there is a 20-strong Ukrainian team taking part in the Paralympics. And the athletes who are taking part will have to make a decision if they are pitted against competitors from Russia. They will have to make a personal decision as to whether or not they can go ahead with competing in that competition, given all the preparation and training that they've done to get to that point, but bearing in mind the global situation, and most, of course, acutely, the situation in Ukraine.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up after the break, Ukraine says more than 2,000 civilians have been killed during Russia's invasion. We'll have more for you at 5 o'clock.
Death Knight, yo!
Sorry, I was...
Yeah, whatever. Don't forget to buff those scratches out, okay? That's my guy.
Everyone has a chance for glory in Raid Shadow Legends. Download for free.
yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
Hello, it's 5 o'clock and you're watching the News Hour. I'm Jane Secker, live from the Polish border with Ukraine. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Ukraine says 2,000 civilians have died in the conflict amid fears of hundreds more deaths following attacks in the southern port city of Mariupol.
The goal of Russia is not an occupation only. It is genocide.
Russian attacks also get closer to the capital, Kiev, as the city's mayor says its residents are ready for battle.
The enemy is pulling its troops closer to the capital. Biele Zerkva was shelled last night. Fighting continued in Bucha and Hostomel. We are getting ready and we will defend our city.
Nearly 900,000 people have so far fled Ukraine. More than half have crossed here into Poland. The Ukrainian ambassador is given an extraordinary welcome in the House of Commons as Boris Johnson calls Vladimir Putin a war criminal. And anger throughout the sporting world as Russian and Belarusian athletes are cleared to compete at the Paralympics. Good evening, live from the Polish-Ukraine border, where thousands of refugees continue to arrive, looking to escape the fighting in their homeland. That fighting has now killed more than 2,000 civilians in just 7 days, according to the Ukrainian State Emergency Service. The Russian Defense Ministry says 498 of its soldiers have died in Ukraine. The Ukrainians claim that that number is in fact 6,000. And in the last few minutes, the UN General Assembly has overwhelmingly voted to deplore in the strongest terms the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
The result of the vote is as follows. The result of
And we can cross now straight live to the UN General Assembly. Anthony Guterres is speaking.
Director of Generosity. I'm deeply grateful to donors for their support. With that funding in hand, we will be able to scale up to deliver vital medical and health supplies, food, safe drinking water, shelter and protection. Looking ahead, I will continue to do everything in my power to contribute to an immediate cessation of hostilities and urgent negotiations for peace. People in Ukraine desperately need peace, and people around the world demand it. Thank you very much.
Well, let's look at today's other main developments now. And Russia's forces continue to advance on Ukraine's major cities. The siege of Kyiv is ongoing, with constant shelling laying waste to the centre of Ukraine's second city. The local mayor says the regional police headquarters and residential buildings have been targeted today. 25 people have been reported killed there since yesterday. Kiev is also the target of intensive air and artillery attacks. Residents are continuing to try to escape, while a huge Russian military convoy is reported to be within 15 to 20 miles of the capital. Western security sources say the convoy has been largely stationary since yesterday. Also yesterday, 5 people were killed in Kiev after the city's main TV tower was hit. President Zelensky's office said that the nearby Holocaust memorial was also a target. And there's been fierce fighting in the south. Russia says it is now in control of Kherson, home to nearly 300,000 people. Now, this is disputed by the Iranian authorities, but if confirmed, Kherson would be the first major city to have been taken since the invasion. And the mayor of Mariupol says that his city has suffered mass casualties after hours of constant attack. He said the water supply had been cut off and that Russian forces are actively preventing the evacuation of civilians. Overnight, Ukraine's defense ministry claimed it has evidence that Belarus is preparing to send troops into the country. Satellite images in recent days have shown Belarusian aircraft assembling near the border. Well, Sky's Ashish Joshi now reports on the key developments of the day.
Kharkiv's weary residents woke to buildings still ablaze after another night of more Russian bombardment. This is what's left of one of the university buildings in Ukraine's second largest city after being pounded by Russian air and rocket strikes. And other cities have been hit too. This is in Irpin, to the northwest of Kiev. Locals say this is a residential neighborhood. The Russians have underestimated the Ukrainian resolve to defend their country. Ukrainian military vehicles can be seen patrolling the capital, knowing the Russian army is not far from their gates.
Ворог стягує сили все ближче до столиці. Вночі обстрілював Білу церкву. Тривали бої в Бучі, Гостомелі. Ми готуємось і будемо обороняти наше місто.
The Russians say they are making advances, claiming to have taken the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson. Its military has issued this video of helicopter operations taking place in Ukraine, but have not detailed exact locations or sites.
Российскими подразделениями вооруженных сил взят под полный контроль областной центр Херсон. Гражданская инфраструктура, объекты жизнеобеспечения населения и городской транспорт работают в повседневном режиме. Недостатков в продовольствии и товарах первой необходимости город не испытывает.
Ukrainian emergency services have released this video of the aftermath of yesterday evening's attack on Kiev's Freedom Square. The city's iconic TV tower was a target, but Ukraine's president says it was also a deliberate attempt to erase the country's history. A Holocaust memorial to the massacre of thousands of Jews stands very close to the site.
Це вже за межею людяності. Такий ракетний удар свідчить, що для багатьох людей в Росії наш Київ абсолютно чужий. Вони нічого не знають про нашу столицю, про нашу історію. Але у них є наказ стерти нашу історію, стерти нашу країну, стерти нас усіх.
Ukraine's telecommunications are an obvious target. Sky News has verified this video of the aftermath of an airstrike on another TV tower, this time in Lysychansk, in the east. And this footage of a missile strike was taken in the same city. The target this time, apparently a local brewery. Thousands have died and hundreds of thousands have fled. And more are seeking a way to safety from this hellscape. Others are now preparing for another terrifying night underground. And here in the capital, they know the Russian army moves ever closer.
I'm on the subway now, and it's terrible. How many kids are there? We won't live in independent, normal country. And thank you that so many countries can hear us and support us. I hope all this violence and cruelness ends soon.
There is little prospect of that. For these desperate families, there is still no knowing what the morning will bring. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Well, tens of thousands of people have been making the journey to this border with Poland to escape Ukraine in the last few days, in the last week really. The latest update from the United Nations Refugee Agency says over 870,000 people have fled to neighbouring countries since the conflict began, and they believe that more than half of those have crossed the border into Poland, almost 500,000 people. Also, 116,000 have gone to Hungary, nearly 80,000 have crossed into Moldova, nearly 45,000 refugees have arrived in Romania, some 67,000 are now in Slovakia, while nearly 70,000 have gone on to other European countries. And the UN reports that most of the remainder have departed to Russia.
Going through the border, the average Ukrainian citizen, we are offering us food and water, so we have no issues with the average Ukrainian citizens. We only have issues with the law enforcement officers because we don't know why they would discriminate. They were segregating and it wasn't making sense. Also, when we got to the border, they told us that the border was closed. Then the next morning, they came and told us African students, Africans, Indians, and Middle Easterners should leave this border and go to the Romania border, that they are not going to accept us here. We told them we worked for 2 days to here. Why do you want us to walk back again and look for another border? They said they don't care.
Well, our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons is in Lviv, in the west of Ukraine. And Adam, where you are, it's a place that people are coming to because it's a focal point to then cross the border. But it's also the place that a lot of people are having to say goodbye, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that is Lviv's train station, pretty imposing building. And that is the hub for so many stories of people who are arriving here in order to go on towards Poland, or coming here because they think it's a safe place. And the people who are leaving here are almost all women and children. You can see them gathering around us because men of fighting age between 18 and 60 are told that they can't leave. They're actually prevented from getting on trains if they try. So this is a place of partings. It's a city of vignettes. I have to say, we spent all day here. The benches just here this morning. I remember talking to a couple, a woman and her elderly mother who burst into tears as they were talking to us. They are now, I think, on the way to the border. They said they were going to get in a car and walk some of that way. It is freezing cold here. She was a frail, vulnerable woman. That is no walk for somebody of that age, but of course that is what Ukrainians are being forced into, are these horrendous choices of families being divided, of decisions being made. Another family we spoke to around here, Igor, his name was, his sister was called Anna. They had come from Kyiv. They were in a flat very near the administrative building that was hit by a missile. They spent the previous 4 nights in a basement. They were terrified. They came here. They're not going to leave the country, but they are going to go to a town near here. But of course, that exodus of refugees going, about half of them going to Poland, to so many other countries, will continue. Around 860,000 already. I imagine maybe by the end of today, early tomorrow, that number will reach 1 million, and the UN believes that it could reach 4 million in the coming days. Poland has said it will take as many people as come through its borders, and other nations, I think, will follow that as well. There is a curfew that will come into play here in about 2.5 hours' time and runs through till the early morning. You have to remember, this is a country under martial law. As you travel around, even here, plenty of a long way from the fighting, you come across roadblocks. This is an anxious city, but it is also a place where there are people coming and going all the time. Lviv is Ukraine's backup plan in times of crisis. Make no mistake, this is a crisis.
Adam, thanks very much. Well, where we are here at this border between Poland and Ukraine is where a lot of the people that Adam has been seeing through the day may be coming. We're seeing, again, more families with children coming across here. And I'm joined now by the vice mayor of the local town, Michal Vanuk. And just talk us through, what have we got here in terms of facilities for the people who are arriving?
Yes, you can see the start of facilities of border crossing point. As you saw, people who migrate here, they are just the happiest people because they met their families, friends. They are moving directly to their points of destinations. Behind us, behind you, We organized another facility with hot food, with information, with place where people can stay in warm conditions only for 3, maybe 5 hours, waiting for people who are coming to bring them to Poland or to Europe.
And we're seeing mainly women, mainly families with young children coming here.
Yes, you know, I think that you know that men from age 18 to 60 must stay in Ukraine just to help to defend Ukraine. So we can see only women with kids, with child.
And in terms of who's picking them up here, are they being picked up by people they know, or is it also just volunteers who are coming to help, who are offering lifts?
Yeah, they are picked with families, friends, and also with volunteers and organized transport, which are picking them to reception points. We have 2 reception points, one in Wodyna, the second one in Równia. One of them has 140 beds, another one something about 80-90 beds. At this point people can stay for night. They have all supplies they need, hot food, medical help. They can take with them all supplies which people bring to us. We supply them with everything they need.
And we've seen that today, actually. Michal, thank you very much. Michal, the vice mayor of the local town. We've seen that today here. Just people turning up with bags, sometimes just with as little as a bag of nappies or boxes. Somebody saw a lady coming with a whole load of blankets earlier. So people are just bringing stuff, local people. And it should be remembered that this part of Poland is not particularly prosperous. But as is often the case, often in the least prosperous areas you find the most enormous generosity. So there has been a great deal of community spirit being shown in this area today. Well, away from the safety of Poland, let's take a closer look at the situation on the ground in Ukraine. Sky's Kamali Melbourne has been analysing the latest data at Sky News Centre.
Russian forces are arrayed various points around the country. Michael, where are we on day 7 of this war?
Yes, Kamali, this is all supposed to be over, but in 3 days, according to the Kremlin's plan, and here we are on day 7. The Kremlin began by trying to do this the way we would have done it, or Western forces would have done it. Relatively light forces moving quickly with an attack on Kiev, try to decapitate the leadership, literally take the leadership out, and in 3 days, it's all done. That didn't work. They made a real mess of it, and the Ukrainians have fought far more fiercely than they ever imagined. So they've gone back to plan A, which is what they know how to do, which is to surround cities with big forces. There's a big armored division, as we all know, moving down the Dnieper Valley towards Kiev. And this has become a battle of the cities. The Ukrainians don't have the forces to defend the whole country, so they're defending the cities. The Russians are moving in on the key cities. The Russians have been fighting for 7 days. They've now committed about 80% of the forces they had. Yep. The Ukrainians have got everything out. They've got no reserves. So it's a north-south war now around the major cities.
Well, so there's a convoy moving in from the north, but let's focus in on the south now. As you can see, they are fighting, as we understand it, for the city of Kherson. There is the contestation for the city of Mariupol, and Russian forces moving in from Crimea. Just tell us why these cities in particular are so important to the Russian advance.
Yes, Kherson, a very important city in the whole southern region. The idea is always to link up the areas of the separatist republics in the Donbass region with Crimea that was annexed illegally in 2014. And you can see that the Russians have nearly done that. They're still fighting in Mariupol. Mariupol should have fallen within hours of the beginning of this attack. 7 days later, according to the Ukrainian government, they're still hanging on in Mariupol. I don't know how, but they are. When they've completed that link-up, then they will control the south of the country, and then there'll be an attempt to move up the Dnieper Valley and join up with the forces in the north. So eventually they will try and cut the country in half and isolate Ukrainian forces inside, mainly the eastern half of the country.
Yeah, and in the past 24 hours, of course, Michael, in the past few days, we've heard lots of talk about a no-fly zone and, in the past hour or so, for a humanitarian corridor. I mean, how would either of those ideas work? Let's start off with the no-fly zone, if we can.
A no-fly zone is an impossibility, because the way no-fly zones really work is not aircraft, as it were, defending against other aircraft. It would be aircraft from the west, NATO aircraft, actually attacking anti-aircraft defences and radar stations on the ground, and in this case, on the southern border of Belarus. So that's a non-starter. NATO aircraft are not going to attack Russian facilities on the ground, even less in Belarus.
What about a humanitarian corridor to get aid into the west of the country?
More plausible, because that would only exist on the ground. It could be under the supervision of the United Nations, or let's say the OSCE, the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe. So it's possible you could push through some humanitarian corridors under international supervision, which at least would allow some humanitarian supplies in. But the Russians will not allow that for as long as they want to hold civilian populations as hostage, because that's what they do.
Well, the UN General Assembly has voted in favour of a resolution demanding that Russia withdraws its military from Ukraine. During the debate, Ukraine's ambassador to the UN claimed that Russia's goal was genocide in Ukraine.
They have come to deprive Ukraine of the very right to exist. They have come to resolve the Ukrainian issue, as their propagandists claimed. Just stop and think whether these words remind you of something. As the president of Ukraine asked, what was the point of repeating the slogan, never again, in 80 years? It's already clear that the goal of Russia is not an occupation only. It is genocide.
Well, Russia's ambassador to the UN spoke ahead of the vote and insisted that Ukraine was putting civilians at risk.
We call on you not to support this draft. However, we know about the unprecedented pressure that our Western partners are exerting on a large number of countries. This document will not allow us to end military activities. On the contrary, it could embolden Kiev radicals and nationalists to continue to determine the policy of their country at any price.
Well, our international affairs editor Dominic Waghorn is in Moscow for us now. And Dominic, when we look at what's happened at the UN today and we look at the diplomacy going on around the world, it does seem that Russia is saying one thing and the rest of the world is saying another. But how is this playing out in Moscow?
Well, I think Russia is feeling more and more isolated. As you say, the message getting out from the official media to the Russians is to carry on regardless. It's a message of defiance. But I think ordinary Russians are beginning to get a real sense of what that isolation means for them. And what we've seen today is corporate giants piling in where the politicians and world leaders were acting yesterday. So the sanctions were imposed on a kind of global level yesterday. But we've seen one company after another following suit. I've got a list of the companies involved. And it's pretty staggering, really. I mean, in aviation, Boeing has suspended parts, maintenance and technical support for Russian airlines. Airbus is doing the same. And car makers, you name a car company, and it appears to have suspended exports to the country. So Volvo, Ford, Mitsubishi, BMW, Honda, Jaguar, Aston Martin, General Motors. And in the world of entertainment, Disney, Sony, Universal, Warner Brothers won't be releasing new films in Russia. And Apple is suspending sales of new iPhones, but also Apple Pay. Here we spoke to some young Muscovites this morning, and almost in a state of bewilderment and panic, if you like, saying that they couldn't understand what had happened to Apple Pay. This young student saying I had to go home to get money. So there's a sense of concern about that, and a deepening sense, I think, of anxiety about what the future could bring. Another young student I spoke to said, I don't care about iPhones, I'm beginning to wonder about food as well. So while these sanctions are beginning to bite, there's also a sense of more and more repression. The government has announced a new law that seems on the face of it to make it almost an imprisonable offence to criticise the invasion. In fact, to call it an invasion is an offence. And there's a sense, I think, of the government getting more and more repressive in the way it's treating this war. So the overall effect for a lot of Russians is just they want to get out. Thousands, tens of thousands of Russians have already left. They're the clever ones, if you like, because it is now they are now facing more and more of a clampdown in terms of getting out. We were at an airline office queue today. Very few airlines are operating to Russia still, but Turkish Airlines is, and there was a long queue of Russians trying to get out through Turkish Airlines, and the ones we spoke to would not be filmed because they're worried that if they are filmed talking about getting out, they could be turned back at the border. And they have stories about friends who have got out, and the stories are that at the border, at the airport passport control. They're having to show their phones as the Russian authorities go through their Telegram channels, their social media, to look at actually what their intentions are. They've got to kind of prove that they are not going to be staying away forever, that they do intend to come back. So more and more of a repressive atmosphere and more concern about what the ostracization of Russia is going to do to ordinary Russians. Of course, these sanctions are aimed at Putin and the elite around him, but there's no doubt with the ruble plunging, the stock market still suspended, and all these Western companies now effectively boycotting Russia, that it's ordinary Russians that are also going to feel the price.
Okay, Dominic, thank you very much. Well, that's the picture from Moscow. Inside Ukraine, we've had reaction from the President Volodymyr Zelensky to what's happened at the UN in the vote. He has just tweeted, "I praise the approval by the UNGA with an unprecedented majority of votes of the resolution, with a strong demand to Russia to immediately stop the treacherous attack. I'm grateful to everyone and every state that voted in favour. You have chosen the right side of history." Destructive results of the vote in New York for the aggressor convincingly show that a global anti-Putin coalition has been formed and is functioning. He went on to say, "The world is with us. The truth is on our side. Victory will be ours." Well, Boris Johnson has accused Vladimir Putin of committing war crimes in Ukraine and said he will publish a full list of all those associated with the Russian regime. It all happened at Prime Minister's Questions, which started with MPs giving the Ukrainian ambassador a rare standing ovation. Our political correspondent Joe Pike has this week's PMQs unwrapped.
Even before today's session started, it was visibly very clear what issue would dominate. Government and opposition whips were handing out blue and yellow ribbons, the colours of the Ukrainian flag, banned when the country was part of the Soviet Union. Some MPs opted for lapel pins with both the UK and Ukrainian flags. Others made their support clear with their clothes. And at midday, the Speaker said this.
I want to welcome to our gallery the Ukraine ambassador.
You're right. Applause is rare in the Commons, standing ovations even more so. This lasted almost a minute. Ambassador Vadim Prystaiko stood up in the gallery, put his right hand to his chest and bowed. Some MPs were on the verge of tears.
We generally do not allow applause in this chamber. But on this occasion, the House quite rightly wants to demonstrate our respect and support for your country and its people in the most difficult of times.
Keir Starmer's core argument today was that the government needs to go further, faster on sanctions.
They dip their hands in the blood of Putin's war. For too long, Britain has been a safe haven for stolen money. And now is the time to sanction every oligarch and crack open every shell company so we can prove Putin wrong.
Now, the Labour leader's team, while broadly supportive of the PM, argue that, just like in Afghanistan, the government never plans properly and only acts in moments of crisis. Now, Sky News' analysis of the Labour leader's language underlines his focus on the speed of the government response and the fact his party will support tougher measures due in the economic crime bill on Monday. Boris Johnson robustly defended his actions, arguing the UK has moved quicker than most other Western powers. And he made this announcement.
What we will publish in addition, Mr. Speaker, is a full list of all those associated with the Putin regime.
The Prime Minister also made his views on potential war crimes crystal clear.
What we have seen already from Vladimir Putin's regime in the use of the munitions that they have already been dropping on innocent civilians, Mr. Speaker, in my view, already fully qualifies as a war crime.
In our analysis of Boris Johnson's language, the word he used most, as you can see here, were Putin and regime, followed by the word already, because, of course, the PM spent much of today laying out the steps taken by his government thus far. Elsewhere, one MP started speaking in Ukrainian.
Добрий день, Jude Moy.
And now they use the legal protection of parliamentary privilege to name names of alleged Putin allies.
Uzmanov, Sechin, Peskov, Abramovich, Roldugin.
And a third attacked the PM for donations to the Tory party from rich Russians.
Will the Prime Minister instruct the Conservative Party to give to Ukrainian humanitarian causes the £2 million they've accepted from Lubov Chanyukin?
Mr Johnson was keen to make this important point.
This is not about the Russian people, Mr Speaker. This is about the Putin regime.
As long as the war in Ukraine continues to make headlines and lead news bulletins, expect future sessions of PMQs to feature questions on tougher sanctions, a more generous refugee policy and increased humanitarian support.
Joe Pike there giving us an update of PMQs. Well, you're watching the News Hour on Sky News. Let's cross over to David in Sky Sports for an update on the implications that what's happening in Ukraine are having in the sporting world.
Yeah, thanks, Jane. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Sky Sports News. These are the latest headlines as sport continues to react to the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. Today, it's been revealed Chelsea Football Club and their Russian owner, Roman Abramovich, is willing to listen to offers to sell the Premier League side amid fears of UK sanctions. This is the first time since Abramovich bought Chelsea in 2003 that he's been willing to listen to offers for the club. Chelsea have declined to comment today. It's our understanding Abramovich values the club at £3 billion. Former Chelsea and Ukraine striker Andrei Shevchenko has just been speaking to us live in our studio at Sky Sports News. He's given his reaction to the invasion of his homeland.
I'm so proud to be Ukrainian. And then it's a very difficult moment for my country, for my people, for my family. My mom and my sister is in Kiev this moment. And then it's terrible things happen there.
Everton Football Club have today announced they've suspended all commercial sponsorship arrangements with Russian companies USM, Megafon and Yota. Russian billionaire Alisher Usmanov, who owns USM Holdings and sponsors Everton's training ground, had his assets frozen by the European Union.
In the short term I've been here, I've had no doubt that we were reacting the right way. In terms of how did it affect my training session this morning? No. Did it affect how we prepare for Boreham Wood? No. And that's just where it's at.
Motorsport UK have taken a decision to ban Russian drivers from competing in the UK, which means that Haas driver Nikita Mazepin, who competes in Formula 1, will not take part in this year's British Grand Prix. Chair of Motorsport UK, David Richards, released a statement this morning saying they've taken the decision to ban Russian and Belarusian licensed teams from entering motorsport competitions in the UK. That's all from me. For more of our exclusive interview with Andrei Shevchenko, head to Sky Sports News or the Sky Sports website, and I'll be back a little bit later.
Thanks very much, David. This is the News Hour. Coming up, as Ukraine says, more than 2,000 civilians have been killed during Russia's invasion. I'll be speaking to the former boss of Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
Welcome back to Kryschenko on the Polish-Ukrainian border, where thousands of refugees have arrived throughout the day trying to escape the fighting in their homeland. Well, that fighting has now killed more than 2,000 civilians, it's believed, in just 7 days. That's according to the Ukrainian State Emergency Service. This evening, Russia's foreign minister insisted that Moscow remains committed to the demilitarization of Ukraine. And Sergei Lavrov says that there should be a list of specified weapons that should never be deployed on Ukrainian territory. Well, we're joined now by Andrei Kozyriev, who's Russia's former foreign minister and was Sergei Lavrov's former boss. Really good to talk to you this evening, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. You worked, as we've said, as Sergei Lavrov's boss. What was he like? Who was the man that you knew?
He was my friend, a personal friend, and he was my brother in arms, so to say. He was completely with me, sharing my views, which are well known, that Russia has to be a friend, partner, ally of the West, of the United States, of Great Britain. And what happened to him after that, total reverse. Why, I don't know, but this unfortunately tragic things happen. I just spoke, by the way, with the Dozhd. It's a last free TV station, small, very small in Russia, but they want to close it. They are closing it, the government, because they are afraid of the free speech. But those guys, those are real heroes, and they are still on air, and I don't know how long, maybe a few hours more, but they are right in Moscow, and they risk everything. Those are my kind of people, not those who serve today's regime and try to justify unjustifiable.
You talk about Sergei Lavrov as having changed. Why do you think he has changed? What do you think's behind that?
I don't know personally. I haven't speak with him for a long time on social, but politically, a very miserable figure. He just repeats the lies and all those absurd demands. But it's not his opinion. I know, even if he changed his opinion a lot. But this kind of stupidity, especially their demands that NATO kind of backs down and that new NATO members should be somehow dismembered or whatever. I mean, all that is absolute lunacy. And being a diplomat, professionally, he is a good diplomat. He was a good diplomat when he was my deputy. That's why he was my deputy, apart from friendship. I mean, to repeat all this lunacy by a professional diplomat, that speaks tons about his moral, political degradation, actually.
Do you think, I wonder, do you think he and Vladimir Putin are entirely on the same page about what is happening on Ukraine?
Of course, because this page is written by one of them. The other just reads from the page. So, of course, they are on the same page.
What would be your advice to diplomats trying to end this conflict? What would be, do you think, the best approach for them to take in dealing with people like Sergei Lavrov?
No, that there is no actually diplomats or diplomacy needed anymore to make it, significant, or to make it more or less like realistic. It's enough for President Putin to pick up a phone or a Zoom, like we're speaking on Zoom, and talk to Zelensky. And the only thing which could be now proposed realistically is ceasefire, say for 24 hours or 48 hours. But that depends on Russia because they have to cease fire and then discuss maybe that.
Google Fi, a phone plan by Google.
Diplomats or whatever is better for seasoned and honest diplomats to discuss how to withdraw those forces because it might be difficult. If Russia continues to do what they're doing, there might be and will be rage, and the Ukrainians seem to be keeping cool. But sooner or later there will be hatred on their side too, because those conflicts cannot.
Sorry to cut across you because we only have a very short period of time left. But I just wondered what you thought the end game was going to be here. How is this going to end? Do you think?
I think it will end like the Soviet aggression in Afghanistan. It started with some military success on the Soviet side, but then the West mobilized. Stingers came to Mujahideen there, and it was a lot of casualties and a lot of loss of life on Russian Soviet part, and they had to go from there home, but that was a powerful blow to a Soviet economy. I lived through that, and it was powerful blow also to morale in the Soviet Union, and that contributed a lot for then collapse of the Soviet Union. I'm very afraid that if they continue with this policy, that will be the same end game like in Afghanistan.
Of this war, because of its impact on
Andrei
Europe, but also
Kosarev,
because
really
we know
interesting
from
to talk to you
experience
this evening. Thank you
what
so much
happens
for
in
giving me
Europe
some time on
does
Sky
not stay
News.
in Europe.
Then just a short while ago, we had more figures coming from the Ukrainian authorities. They are saying that they now believe
and we are still living its aftermath
Russian
today.
troops
I
have
hope,
died
Mr.
in the
President,
conflict.
we
They were
all
saying
learn
6,000
the lessons of the
earlier
last
today.
wars, and I
That,
hope
of
that
course,
from this
massively
moment
different
we
from
start
the
working
Russian
only for
official
peace.
figure, which is
Peace
nearer
in our
500.
time, peace in all
So
time, as a
massively
former
different
president
figures
of the
on
United States
casualties,
said.
and also,
Mr.
of course,
President, I
the
agree
very
with
sobering
Albert
figure
Camus
of
in his
2,000
speech
civilian
upon
Ukraine
receiving the Nobel
casualties,
Peace
also coming from the Ukrainian authorities today. Well, this is the News Hour. Coming up, as the UN supports a motion condemning Russia, we will talk to a former US National Security Advisor, John Bolton. I'm Becky Johnson, a Sky News Midlands correspondent based here in Birmingham. Allegations of exploitation in Leicester's sodium factories aren't new. In fact, it's been an open secret in this city for years. Made for people who want clarity in an uncertain world.
We're getting more and more stabbing, and essentially I think it's more and more younger children.
Here in the diverse industrial heart of England, we hear from people who have real stories to tell.
Parents are going to complain like this.
These protests are being organised primarily by people who aren't parents at the school.
We have to be prepared that patients will die from this illness.
The River Severn is still rising, and people here in Ironbridge have been told it could go up by another metre. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to events.
Welcome back. Let's get more now on what's been happening at the United Nations in New York. The UN's General Assembly has voted in support of a resolution condemning Russia's actions in Ukraine. Well, during the debate, the US ambassador made a direct appeal to the Russian people.
The Russian people are themselves asking how many lives Putin will sacrifice for his cynical ambitions. And they are appalled at the answer. To the Russian soldiers sent to the front lines of an unjust, unnecessary war, I say, your leaders are lying to you. Do not commit war crimes.
If you need to file one,
you can to put down your weapons and leave Ukraine.
Well, we can talk now to John Bolton, one of Ms. Thomas Greenfield's predecessors and also a former US National Security Advisor. Mr. Bolton, good to talk to you today. Do you think Vladimir Putin can be stopped in Ukraine?
Well, I think he can be stopped if we do enough, if we make enough efforts and stop patting ourselves on the back for how virtuous we're being. I mean, everybody's very happy about NATO unity. Putin, standing the heroic efforts of the Ukrainian fighters, notwithstanding the enormous difficulties and errors and complications of Russia's own invasion. You know, we didn't make an adequate effort collectively before the invasion to stop it, and I don't think we're making an adequate effort now to affect the ongoing course of the war or necessarily to have a long-term effect on Russia.
What would an adequate effort look like to you? What should we be doing?
Well, I think we should drive a stake through the heart of the Russian energy sector, which is 30% of its gross national product, 60% of its export earnings. I understand why people are concerned not to do that, but you know, if you're determined to prevent the carnage that we've already seen and is likely to spread, then it's going to require some sacrifice. It is going to have, it is having now an economic effect on Europe and the United States. But I think Putin is a hard power kind of guy, and he's applying hard power, and we're giving speeches and holding rallies and concerts, and he's destroying block after block of major Ukrainian cities. I would go further. I would very much look at a no-fly zone over Ukraine, as President Zelensky has requested, or certainly at a minimum over the western portion of Ukraine, where pretty much no Russian ground forces and that air attacks have been limited recently, if for no other reason to provide some stability on the ground so that we don't see massive refugee flows into Poland and Romania and other European countries. We've had over 800,000, according to UN estimates so far. They estimate it could go as high as 5 million. That's more than 10% of Ukraine's population. Otherwise, we're going to sit here and say this is just terrible as Russia grinds the country into dust.
I mean, there have been enormous, as well as you refer to, sort of the patting on the back and the diplomacy, there have been enormous sanctions implemented by large parts of the world. And we saw, of course, Germany saying that they weren't now going to register the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Do you not think that has sent a strong enough message to Putin?
No, I don't. I don't think it's affected him. And I will tell you, I have been, in my public career, one of the strongest advocates of sanctions. And I've been proud to participate in imposing what we called maximum pressure campaigns on Iran, on North Korea, on the Maduro regime in Venezuela. And I'm sad to tell you that all three of those regimes are still rocking right along. So will these sanctions impose hardships on Russia? Absolutely. Will it bring the regime to a halt? Will it overthrow the regime? Our record in other countries doesn't indicate that's going to happen. These are authoritarian regimes that don't value human life the same way we do, don't value the economic hardship of their people the same way we do, but that do have, in the case of Russia in particular, I think China acting as a backup, and I don't think that's been fully thought through. So this is more complicated and more difficult than it looks. I regret to say that. I wish we had been strong enough earlier to deter Russia from making this decision. So I think we've failed already. And I don't think the situation is even where, well, we tried to deter the invasion, but we failed. So now we'll impose hardships on Russia and everything's fine. I don't see it that way. I see the failures as not stopping the invasion, and I see every day that the war goes on in Ukraine as another day of failure.
Bolton, really interesting to talk to you. Thank you so much. Well, every day as that war continues, we're seeing people coursing across the border here on the Polish-Ukrainian border. We've seen women and children coming across just like this every hour throughout the day from the early hours of this morning, and they will continue to come across as the lights go on, as the night goes on here. This is the News Hour. Coming up, Ukraine says that 2,000 civilians have been killed during Russia's invasion, and they believe they have killed 7,000 Russian troops. More after the break.
Gece geliyorlar uzaktan karakola, kaçıyorlar. Ben sadece saldırıların tarzı için olmuş kullandım. Yanlış anlaşılmasın. Herhangi bir terör işleyenleri yok ama saldırı tarzları yakın merkezlerine başlayan karakollara, hastanelere koyuyorlar. Ama zannediyorlar kaçıyorlar. Saldırı tarzı olarak gezegenlerdeki vatandaşlar onlar da Ukrayna ordusuyla şu anda cephede yer alıyorlar. Yani birçok kaynaklarda yorumladığım evet, sabotaj saldırı olarak değerlendirelim. Rus askerleri özellikle Kaliningrad bağlı resmi unutulmadı Çeçen askerleri Evet, yaklaşık 4 gündür Rusya uçakları bu bölgeye yaklaştırılmıyor. Özellikle kuzeyden de kuzey yollardan silah sevkiyatı olduğundan düşman hava savunma silahları çatısına düşürüldükleri aktifleştiği harekat o yüzden de Rus uçakları genelde roket füze saldırıları yapacak uçak helikopterler şu anda haftada yani hiç görünmüyorlar. Çıkarma gemisi onları taşıyor.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
This is the News Hour at 6. I'm Leah Belletto. Coming up. Ukraine says 2,000 civilians have died in the conflict amid fears of hundreds more deaths following attacks in the southern port city of Mariupol.
The goal of Russia is not an occupation only. It is genocide.
Russian attacks also get closer to the capital Kiev as the city's mayor says its residents are ready for battle.
The enemy is pulling its troops closer to the capital. Bielor's Zerkva was shelled last night. Fighting continued in Bucha and Hostomel. We are getting ready and we will defend our city.
Nearly 900,000 people have so far fled Ukraine. More than half have crossed into Poland plus. The Ukrainian ambassador is given an extraordinary welcome in the House of Commons as Boris Johnson calls Vladimir Putin a war criminal. And anger throughout the sporting world as Russian and Belarusian athletes are cleared to compete at the Paralympics. Good evening. Ukraine says more than 2,000 civilians have been killed in Russia's invasion, which is now in its 7th day. The Russian Defense Ministry has said 498 of its soldiers have died in Ukraine. The Ukrainians claim that number is, in fact, 7,000. Well, tonight, the UN General Assembly voted overwhelmingly to condemn Russia's actions. More on that in a moment. But first, let's look at today's main developments on the ground in Ukraine. Russian forces continue to advance on Ukraine's major cities. The siege of Kyiv is ongoing, with constant shelling laying waste to the center of Ukraine's second city. The local mayor says the regional police headquarters and residential buildings have been targeted today. 25 people are reported killed since yesterday. Kiev is also the target of intensive air and artillery attacks. Residents continue to try to escape. A huge Russian military convoy is reported to be within 20 miles of the capital. Western security sources say the convoy has been largely stationary since yesterday. Yesterday, 5 people were killed after the city's main TV tower was hit. President Zelensky's office said the nearby Holocaust memorial was also a target, and there's been fierce fighting in the south. Russia says it's now in control of Kherson, home to nearly 300,000 people. This is disputed by Ukrainian authorities, but if confirmed, Kherson would be the first major city to be taken since the invasion. And the mayor of Mariupol says his city has suffered mass casualties after hours of constant attack. He said the water supply has also been cut off and that Russian forces are actively preventing the evacuation of civilians. Well, overnight, Ukraine's defense ministry claimed it has evidence Belarus is preparing to send troops into the country. Satellite images in recent days have shown Belarusian aircraft assembling near the border. While Sky's Ashish Joshish reports now on the day's key developments.
Kharkiv's weary residents woke to buildings still ablaze after another night of more Russian bombardment. This is what's left of one of the university buildings in Ukraine's second largest city after being pounded by Russian air and rocket strikes. And other cities have been hit too. This is in Irpin, to the northwest of Kiev. Locals say this is a residential neighborhood. The Russians have underestimated the Ukrainian resolve to defend their country. Ukrainian military vehicles can be seen patrolling the capital, knowing the Russian army is not far from their gates.
Ворог стягує сили все ближче до столиці. Вночі обстрілював Білу церкву. Тривали бої в Бучі, Гостомелі. Ми готуємося і будемо обороняти наше місто.
The Russians say they are making advances, claiming to have taken the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson. Its military has issued this video of helicopter operations taking place in Ukraine, but have not detailed exact locations or sites.
Российскими подразделениями вооруженных сил взят под полный контроль областной центр Херсон. Гражданская инфраструктура, объекты жизнеобеспечения населения и городской транспорт работают в повседневном режиме. Недостатков в продовольствии и товарах первой необходимости город не испытывает.
Ukrainian emergency services have released this video of the aftermath of yesterday evening's attack on Kiev's Freedom Square. The city's iconic TV tower was a target, but Ukraine's president says it was also a deliberate attempt to erase the country's history. A Holocaust memorial to the massacre of thousands of Jews stands very close to the site.
Це вже за межею людяності. Такий ракетний удар свідчить, що для багатьох людей в Росії наш Київ абсолютно чужий. Вони нічого не знають про нашу столицю, про нашу історію. Але у них є наказ стерти нашу історію, стерти нашу країну, стерти нашу силу.
Ukraine's telecommunications are an obvious target. Sky News has verified this video of the aftermath of an airstrike on another TV tower, this time in Lysychansk, in the east. And this footage of a missile strike was taken in the same city.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update, Direct Hit. Joining the battle are machines like the Soviet MiG-27M, American Abrams HC, the Swedish Viggen, and many other new vehicles. Push these modern machines to their limit on the new map, Spaceport. Dozens of players participate in a single battle using tanks, planes, and helicopters. Research unique modules, smoke grenades, dynamic defenses, thermal sensors, and much more. Use all the advantages, and if you're skilled enough, finish the battle with a nuclear strike. War Thunder covers the most famous conflicts of the 20th century, from the Second World War to the Cold War, featuring battlegrounds from all over the world, from hot African deserts to the frigid streets of Alaska. Thanks to improved effects, the oceans look even more real in naval battles. War Thunder features cutting-edge graphics and advanced destructibility, but it can more than easily be played on less powerful computers and laptops. Download War Thunder on warthunder.com.
There is little prospect of that. For these desperate families, there is still no knowing.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want.
Well, as Russia's military convoy
you can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it. I would describe myself as a kind of a freedom fighter. My very first character was a Minotaur character because they just seemed like the coolest, you know, most brutal people, and I was like, I want to be that guy. I started out doing the missions in high-sec, and I want to be on the side of the people who are fighting against the oppression, against the bad guys, and once I learned that you can basically help them and fight the other factions, that's all I wanted to do. It's a very satisfying feeling, you know, starting out at the bottom and working my way up, getting to more advanced, you know, situations, bigger ships, bigger enemies, and all that kind of cool stuff.
About 30 miles from the city, 50 kilometers from the city. The convoy itself is 40 miles long, but the convoy has remained more or less in place for the last several days, advancing very, very slowly. And U.S. officials say that this is because the convoy has been facing massive supply problems. They are running out of fuel. They are running out of food. But U.S. officials are confident that Russia will regroup, reorganize, and that the convoy will still make its way and try and lay siege and ultimately attack this city. And preparing for that, the mayor here in Kiev this morning told residents to use this time to stock up on supplies and get ready to defend their city.
NBC's Richard Engel there. Well, almost 900,000 people have fled Ukraine, crossing into neighbouring countries to escape the Russian invasion. Well, the latest update from the United Nations Refugee Agency says over 870,000 people have fled to neighbouring countries since the conflict began. More than half of those have crossed the border into Poland. 116,000 have gone to Hungary. Nearly 80,000 have crossed into Moldova. Nearly 45,000 refugees have arrived in Romania. And some 67,000 are now in Slovakia, while nearly 70,000 have gone on to other European countries. And the UN reports that most of the remainder have departed to Russia. Well, the UN has claimed there's racism at the border in Poland. A Nigerian student earlier told Sky News how he experienced such racism firsthand as he fled Kiev.
Going through the border, the average Ukrainian citizen, we are offering us food and water, so we have no issues with the average Ukrainian citizen. We only have issues with the law enforcement officers because we don't know why they would discriminate. They were segregating and it wasn't making sense. Also, when we got to the border, the They told us that the border was closed. Then the next morning, they came and told us African students, Africans, Indians, and Middle Easterners should leave this border and go to Romania border, that they are not going to accept us here. We told them we worked for 2 days to here. Why do you want us to walk back again and look for another border? They said they don't care.
Well, many of those fleeing Ukraine are heading to the city of Kyiv in the west of the country, and our correspondent Adam Parsons is there, and he sent this update.
That is Lviv's train station, pretty imposing building, and that is the hub for so many stories of people who are arriving here in order to go on towards Poland, or coming here because they think it's a safe place. And the people who are leaving here are almost all women and children. You can see them gathering around us because men of fighting age between 18 and 60 are told that they can't leave. They're actually prevented from getting on trains if they try. So this is a place of partings. It's a city of vignettes. I have to say, we spent all day here. The benches just here this morning. I remember talking to a couple of women and her elderly mother who burst into tears as they were talking to us. They are now, I think, on the way to the border. They said they were going to get in a car and walk some of that way. It is freezing cold here. She was a frail, vulnerable woman. That is no walk for somebody of that age, but of course that is what Ukrainians are being forced into, are these horrendous choices of families being divided, of decisions being made. Another family we spoke to around here, Igor, his name was, his sister was called Anna. They had come from Kyiv. They were in a flat very near the administrative building that was hit by a missile. They spent the previous 4 nights in a basement. They were terrified. They came here. They're not going to leave the country, but they are going to go to a town near here. But of course, that exodus of refugees going, about half of them going to Poland, to so many other countries, will continue. Around 860,000 already. I imagine maybe by the end of today, early tomorrow, that number will reach 1 million, and the UN believes that it could reach 4 million in the coming days. Poland has said it will take as many people as come through its borders, and other nations, I think, will follow that as well. There is a curfew that will come into play here in about 2.5 hours' time and runs through till the early morning. You have to remember, this is a country under martial law. As you travel around, even here, plenty of a long way from the fighting, you come across roadblocks. This is an anxious city, but it is also a place where there are people coming and going all the time. Lviv is Ukraine's backup plan in times of crisis. Make no mistake, this is a crisis.
Adam Parsons reporting there. Now, the UN General Assembly has voted in favour of a resolution demanding that Russia withdraws its military from Ukraine. Boris Johnson described the vote as historic and said the contrast between right and wrong has rarely been so stark. Well, during the debate, Ukraine's ambassador to the UN claimed that Russia's goal was genocide in Ukraine.
They have come to deprive Ukraine of the very right to exist. They have come to resolve the Ukrainian issue, as their propagandists claimed. Just stop and think whether these words remind you of something. As the president of Ukraine asked, what was the point of repeating the slogan, never again, in 80 years? It's already clear that the goal of Russia is not an occupation only. It is genocide.
Russia's ambassador to the UN spoke ahead of the vote and insisted that Ukraine was putting civilians at risk.
We call on you not to support this draft. However, we know about the unprecedented pressure that our Western partners are exerting on a large number of countries. This document will not allow us to end military activities. On the contrary, it could embolden Kiev radicals and nationalists to continue to determine the policy of their country at any price.
Well, let's go live to Washington and our correspondent Sally Lockwood. Sally, Russia there becoming increasingly isolated.
Yes, that's right. This vote in the UN General Assembly in a very rare emergency session was overwhelmingly in favour of an immediate call for Russian troops to leave Ukraine from the majority of the world, superpowers and tiny island states voting in condemnation of Russia's actions. And as you heard there, the Ukrainian ambassador once again giving an emotional address to the assembly, drawing comparisons with World War II in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And then again, the extraordinary narrative that Russia continues to peddle from the ambassador there, saying that this vote won't make any difference, that Russia will not stop their military activity in Ukraine. Now, while this vote has passed overwhelmingly at the UN General Assembly today, it's not legally binding, but it does hold some political clout in terms of it being a stance in the international community in their view of Russia's activity. And yes, as you say, making Russia increasingly isolated on the world stage. The US ambassador to the UN has also spoken today, and she called the meeting an extraordinary moment, but she also drew on what she called illegal activity being carried out by Russia in Ukraine, and said that the US has seen videos of Russian forces moving exceptionally lethal weaponry into Ukraine, which has no place on the battlefield. That includes cluster munitions and vacuum bombs, which are banned under the Geneva Convention. And we've actually had another off-camera defense briefing in the last hour from a senior US defense official who's once again talked about that large buildup of Russian troops outside the capital, Kiev, saying once again it's not made any appreciable progress in the last 24 hours. Essentially, for the last 2 days, that Russian convoy has stalled outside of Kiev, and the US still assesses the Russians are experiencing significant logistical issues, including food and fuel supplies. That is the US intelligence on how they are coping, that convoy outside of Kiev in the last 48 hours. But of course, this vote today at the UNGA may make little material difference in what's happening in Ukraine in the short term, but that, along with significant sanctions, are the only weapons the international community wishes to use against Vladimir Putin right now. Joe Biden making it clear once again in his address to the nation last night that he has no desire to see NATO troops fighting Russian forces. That said, for the first time, Joe Biden also acknowledged in the State of the Union address that he doesn't know how Putin is going to stop or where this war will end.
OK, Sally Lockwood, thank you very much for that update. And we'd just like to bring you a little bit of breaking news. We're hearing that Roman Abramovich has decided to sell Chelsea. In a statement released, he says, "I've always taken decisions with the club's best interest at heart. And in the current situation, I therefore have taken the decision to sell the club, as I believe this is in the best interest of the club, the fans, the employees, as well as the club's sponsors and partners." Now, the sale of the club will not be fast-tracked, but will follow due process, and I will not be asking for any loans to be repaid. This has never been about business, nor money for me, but about pure passion for the game and the club. Moreover, I have instructed my team to set up a charitable foundation where all net proceeds from the sale will be donated. The foundation will be for the benefit of all victims of the war in Ukraine, and I hope that I will be able to visit Stamford Bridge one last time to say goodbye to all of you in person. It has been a privilege of a lifetime to be part of Chelsea Football Club, and I'm proud of all our joint achievements. Chelsea Football Club and its supporters will always be in my heart. Thank you, Roman. So that's breaking news that we're getting into Sky News today, that the owner of Chelsea, Roman Abramovich, has decided to sell the club. And of course, it's alleged that he had strong ties with President Vladimir Putin, which he has always denied. and other, obviously, Russian billionaires have always been subject to European Union sanctions and, of course, their assets being frozen. So news coming into Sky News is that Roman Abramovich has decided to sell Chelsea Football Club, and we'll have more in the sports a little bit later on.
I'm Hannah Thomas-Peter, and I'm Sky's climate change correspondent.
The UK is the world's leader in wind power. Power! People! It's part of the Congo Basin rainforest, which is such an important ecosystem. It's known as the lungs of Africa.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. She doesn't really enjoy speaking to the press, and it wasn't clear right up until the last moment that she was going to sit down with me.
I might be just very naive, but I do believe that change is possible, otherwise we wouldn't be climate activists.
I'm confident for the last 30 years we have known how bad it is. I'm not here to apologize. I'm here to fight for the next step.
You can see just the piles and piles of stuff, these sofas and people's desks and children's books, and you can see inside this home here people trying to sort out their home. It's just been devastating.
I think everything's at stake. The future of our planet, the future of the beauty around us, the future of you and me. I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
progressing and how, you know, we're gaining more rights and we're doing better. I just want to be a part of that push for that next generation to feel more comfortable in their own skin. Like, I remember being forced out of the closet in the 5th grade and what that felt like, and being able to create a space now where kids can come out and feel safe is just something that I...
Live life with Vitality and Zwift, the app that makes indoor cycling fun.
Okay, time now for a look at the weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Western and central Britain will see outbreaks of rain edging east tomorrow, but it'll be mostly fine elsewhere. Before then, there'll be a mostly cloudy evening with outbreaks of rain and fog on the hills. But the Northern Isles will be dry and clear. There'll be gales near northwestern coasts, while Britain will remain largely overcast tonight with extensive hill fog and further outbreaks of rain, while Ireland will turn drier and clearer. Central and eastern parts will largely dry up later too. It'll be mostly mild and windy in the north, but Ireland can expect a patchy frost. Western Britain will see rain taking over tomorrow morning, while eastern Britain will stay mostly dry with sunny spells developing from the south. Brighter skies over Ireland will spread to Northern Ireland, southwest Wales and Cornwall by midday. There'll be showers too, mostly over Northern Ireland, Donville, Cork and Kerry. It'll be mild and less windy than recently, and central England and eastern Scotland will turn wet later, while southwestern Britain will be brighter a little later. There'll be little change elsewhere.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
This is the News Hour at 6. Coming up, we'll analyse the latest situation on the ground in Ukraine, where officials say more than 2,000 civilians have now been killed.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
Well, hello and welcome back. Let's take a closer look now at the situation on the ground in Ukraine and the strategic maneuvers of this war on day 7. Let's bring in our defense expert, Michael Clark. Michael, thank you very much for being with us throughout the day for the latest on this. Let's bring up the map as we understand it at this point in the war. Russians are massed in various parts around Ukraine. Where are we on day 7 in terms of the fighting for control of the country?
Yes, Kamali, this was supposed to be over from the Russians' point of view in 3, maybe 4 days. Here we are on day 7. The Russians began by trying what I would call Plan B, which was to do the thing the way Western armies would have done it, which was very fast-moving, fairly light armoured units, and then a chance to seize Kiev, even with an aerial assault, which didn't really work, and seize the government, take the whole thing over, and it would be over in 72 hours. That didn't work. They made a real mess of it, and the Ukrainians actually fought tremendously well and have frustrated all of that. So they've gone back to Plan A, what they know they can do, which is more slowly moving forces surrounding the cities, and they're going to do this the hard way. It's become a battle of the cities. The Ukrainians couldn't control and defend the whole of the country, so they've concentrated on the cities because it's a big country of big cities. The Russians are moving in on them, and there's a sort of a north-south front. So what's going on in the north is a bit separate to what's going on in the south. At some point, as numbers count, the Russians will overwhelm Ukrainian forces slowly, perhaps, but they'll end up joining up the north and the south.
And we'll talk a little later about the fight for the south of the country, but Dnipro, I've marked out there in the middle of the map, Michael, that's interesting today because we've heard a little bit from the military commander who is running that city, who has ideas of how to see off the Russians.
Yes, Dnipro is a very industrial city. There's 3 million people in that area, 1 million people in the city itself. And the regional head of Dnipro, Lukashuk, he said, I've got 1 million people out there with weapons. I will turn this into another Stalingrad, which was the biggest siege of the Second World War. The Russians are 90 miles away, and to be honest, when he says that, I believe him.
Absolutely right. Okay, Michael, thank you very much for now. Well, let's just bring in Mark Voyager. He's a former special advisor to the commanding general of the US Army in Europe. Mark Voyager, thank you very much for being with us. Well, let's just start with that Russian column that is moving in from the north towards Kiev. There's some US intelligence out today that said that it's slowed dramatically. Why is that?
Well, we can say with sufficient degree of confidence that the Russian command was really unprepared for such a wide resistance that is being put up so valiantly by the Ukrainian defenders. It seems, based on many interviews of captured Russian soldiers, actually many of them surrender even without fight, that they were sent to fight by their commanders even without proper equipment and supplies, talking about food, fuel, even sometimes body armor and other necessary material. Therefore, we can say that the stalling of the column is a result of really Putin's assumption, which of course translates onto the command, the chain of command that consists of his generals and lower-ranking officers. So Putin's assumption that he can actually implement a blitzkrieg against Ukraine, as my colleague earlier said, a decapitating strike against the capital Kiev, and then the encircling and taking over the main cities. The assumption was that they could do it within really a couple of days. Some of the indications are that some of the soldiers received supplies only for 3 days. Those 3 days, if Putin had succeeded, would have been more than enough to actually allow him to claim victory to the world, but also to his own people. Possibly this was the way he would try to counter the negative world reaction. Now this has translated into the stalling of the Russian military machine, as you mentioned, near Kiev. But the plan is obviously to continue pushing and to encircle the capital and also the main cities, and really win them down by shelling. Indiscriminate shelling has begun. Yesterday we saw brutal attack against Kharkiv, which has continued through today. Ultimately, the outcome that they would like to see is really the the surrender of not only of the Ukrainian military, but also the Ukrainian publics giving up the Ukrainian nation, effectively losing the will to resist. That's the hope of for sure, of the Russian commander, Putin himself.
And Mark, sorry to interrupt you, but at this stage, if Putin is not stopped at this point, how concerned are you that this could then spill over into a wider conflict?
I'm extremely concerned that the time to act is now. The time for the West is now to help Ukraine very decisively and really stop this war and help the Ukrainians turn the tide of events. What could happen potentially is that if Russia overwhelms the Ukrainian defenses, again, as I said, they would encircle multi-million cities of several million people, and they could keep them like this for many months and potentially years. We're talking about it's not even a hypothesis; it's the reality of Yugoslavia, Sarajevo, and also Syria. I mean, especially in Syria, the Russian army has an experience in doing that. There will be constant shelling, predominantly of hospitals, predominantly of schools, medical facilities, electric power plants, water treatment facilities. They will cause a humanitarian crisis of unseen proportions in Europe since the time of the Second World War. The result will be tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dead on the Ukrainian side. Millions will be pushed and displaced into Europe. This would probably overwhelm the European system, especially our, the system of the border states along the eastern flank of NATO. The moral dimensions would be tremendous. I mean, this would actually mean that Putin and his regime have been able to extinguish, really a nascent but very promising democracy that's just about to become a member of the European Union. This would be a terrible signal for all, societies that aspire to become democratic across the former Soviet Union, and ultimately, Belarus has now become a staging ground for attacks against Ukraine. Should Ukraine fall, you can easily imagine how this can turn against Poland, against the Baltic states, against Romania, the Black Sea, anywhere across the eastern flank of NATO. So we must act decisively to prevent this from happening.
Okay, Mark Boyd, do appreciate that analysis. Thank you very much for being with us as well. Michael Clark is still with us. So, Michael, we'll pick up on some of that Mark Boyd just said a little bit later. But let's focus in on the fight for the south of the country at this point. As you said earlier, it's becoming a fight for the cities. And we understand that Kherson and Mariupol are being heavily contested right now.
Yeah. Three big cities that we need to think about in the south. As we said, numbers count. Numbers eventually matter. And the Russians have now committed about 80% of all of their forces to this. So they've got reinforcements, they can bring in fresh troops. The Ukrainians have only got what they've got. And flesh and blood will only take so much when they've been fighting for 7 days. But Mariupol, that in theory should have fallen within hours, it's still contested. I don't know how it is still holding out, but apparently it is. So Mariupol is in a contested area, and the Russians still haven't taken it. Kherson, very important. It's the main city in the region, and Kherson is a city that relates to everything else. Big city, and certainly the Russians say they've got it. They probably have got most of it, but they haven't got all of it. Odessa, still very much in Ukrainian hands, but undoubtedly the Russians have already apparently launched one maritime assault on Odessa, which was beaten back, but they will keep on moving. So Mariupol, Kherson, Odessa, the corridor will go across the south, and then those forces will then move up the Dnieper River, up the big Dnieper Valley, to try and link up with forces in the north, probably sometime, let's say, next week.
Yeah, let's take a look now at the wider map finally then, Michael, and see where we are with this. Now, of course, in the past day or so, and for the past few weeks, there has been talk of a no-fly zone to be enforced. Let's have a discussion about what may happen with that, and also the idea of perhaps bringing in some kind of humanitarian corridor to help resupply and help people leave from the west of Ukraine. What's your thoughts on those ideas?
No-fly zones sound attractive. They absolutely won't happen. The reality of no-fly zones, as they've been operated over northern and southern Iraq years ago, is that they don't involve aircraft, as it were, sweeping away other aircraft or competing with them. It involves aircraft attacking defense facilities, anti-aircraft batteries and radars on the ground. So to operate a no-fly zone, NATO aircraft would have to attack Russian anti-aircraft and radar facilities on the ground, and possibly along the border with Belarus, because a lot of the Russian air defense is operated inside Belarus. That would be an act of war. We're not going to do it. Humanitarian corridors more possible, because they're only on the ground. They could be supervised, let's say, by the United Nations or the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. They could be civilianized if there was some agreement, and push humanitarian aid
from those NATO countries.
Exactly, from NATO, and mainly from Poland. That's the easy way in. That might happen, but it won't happen soon, because relieving the humanitarian pressure is not something the Russians want to do, because they use the civilian suffering as part of their war strategy.
Absolutely right. Okay, Michael Clark, do appreciate that analysis. Thank you very much. That, and of course, Mark Voyager. Well, this is the news at 6 and coming up. Chelsea's Russian owner, Roman Abramovich, decides to sell up.
confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the center of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Welcome back. Well, let's get more on the breaking news this evening that the Chelsea owner, Roman Abramovich, has confirmed he's putting the Premier League club up for sale amid calls, not least from the Labour Party, for him to face personal sanctions. Well, our business correspondent, Paul Kelso, joins us now. Paul, this is huge for the club and English football, isn't it?
It is, and it must be said, it reads like a big decision for Roman Abramovich. 19 years he's owned the club, and that ownership began way back with us all scurrying to try and find out as much as we could about this oligarch, who we soon learned he was, in fact, running a state of Russia at that time. He'd been a member of the Duma, so he was a politician as well as a businessman. But he's maintained an enigmatic presence throughout his time in English football, in which he has poured in a huge amount of money to Chelsea. His motives we've questioned and not had an explanation for them. Well, in announcing his departure from English football, that he intends to sell the club, we have got an insight into that, and in the context of the invasion of Ukraine, which undoubtedly is the trigger, certainly for his public announcement of this sale that has been rumoured for the last few days, we get an insight both into his motives for keeping the club for so long, and how he intends to leave to try and, one suspects, shore up his reputation. There's quite a lot of detail in this statement. He says he's deciding to sell the club in the best interest of the club, its fans, its employees and its commercial partners. He doesn't say why he thinks it's in their best interest, but he is clear about some of the key business points around this sale. Chelsea has survived, has been able to invest a huge amount of money in players and success that's come with it because of Roman Abramovich lending the club money through one of his companies that's based in the British Virgin Islands. The club owes him £1.5 billion. He says in this statement he will not ask for that money to be repaid as part of any sale, so any buyer won't have to pay £1.5 billion plus an asking price. He also says that any net proceeds from the sale, not quite sure exactly what costs will be deducted from that, but the net proceeds of this sale will go to a charitable foundation that will be used to support all the victims of the war in Ukraine, he says. Notable to me that he describes what's happening in Ukraine as a war. That was not the case in a statement he issued earlier, back end of last week, looking at moving the club perhaps into charitable hands. And he says those are both short-term emergency needs now in Ukraine and long-term rebuilding in Ukraine. He doesn't mention Russia. He doesn't use that word, and there's no mention of Vladimir Putin, whose connection to Roman Abramovich is, of course, perhaps at the centre of why he's been under such pressure politically to face sanctions in the EU and the UK, which does not apply. And he has said his club was saying earlier in the week, he is in fact not political. But this is a huge moment, the signal he's going to sell.
Its owner is elected.
So on the 23rd of April, she found out that Kanta had come back. We knew she was going to die. We didn't know how long it would take.
This is a monument to Joseph Stalin. It was put up on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the Soviet people's victory over Nazi Germany, a tribute to the Generalissimo, the commander-in-chief, the one who saved the world from fascism.
But we were the only people, other than hospice care staff, who came in to look after her.
And he plans to open a Stalin museum.
So she couldn't see her friends. She couldn't see her
Here there will be a
grandparents.
building,
They had to say
20
goodbye to
meters
her
by
on
14.
Zoom.
It will be a big
And
building
we
of
did that
around
because
1,000 square
it
meters.
was a really, really strict
our
time of
history.
lockdown, and you could only meet one person
It's the
outside.
history of the Soviet Union
and we
and
followed
of
the rules
Russia.
because it was really important. And
It's the
we didn't
history of
begrudge
every
doing that
person
because we
who
knew
lives in Russia.
it was what everybody had to do. There were no exceptions. And now it would appear that those rules were for everybody except for the government, except for number 10. And it's just so maddening that they weren't following their own rules. It makes me very, very cross.
You seem really calm about it. I'm not quite sure I'd be quite as calm as you're being. How hard was it for you? You lost your daughter. I mean, this is the wrong order of things, isn't it? And presumably you weren't able to be around your parents to comfort you.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the pain of losing a child is indescribable. I think it's the worst
Or the
pain
heroic
anyone can go
leader who
through.
won a war that
And it
cost
was
20 million
painful for so
Soviet
many
lives.
people. It was extremely painful for my
Opinions in
parents
war,
and for her
as
friends.
elsewhere in Russia,
And the fact
are
that we
divided
couldn't come
over
together,
Stalin.
we couldn't come
With
together
many
to
who are
comfort each
unsure
other
what they think.
just made us a lot worse. It was excruciating.
How was the funeral?
But we actually chose not to have a funeral. So Ruby had been very organised in her last 3 weeks. She left us a
And though she
list of
wasn't
things she
consulted
wanted
about
us
it
to
in
do.
advance,
And she said
she's not
actually when it came to the
particularly
funeral, she wasn't bothered by what we did. She said, I'm not going to be there. I want you to do whatever works best for you. And we felt because the rules at the time were a maximum of 10 people, socially distanced. We didn't feel that would offer any comfort or solace to anyone. I didn't want to put Ruby's sister through that. I didn't want to put my parents through that. So we thought we'd wait until we could do something later on, and then we quickly realised we were going to be waiting a long time. So we ended up doing 3 very tiny events when the rules were relaxed to allow 6 people to come together. But it was
By rights, they should be put back up into places where they used to stand. They've observed that many people in Russia have started putting up statues and busts of Joseph Stalin.
And when you think back now to that time,
Made redundant by Bohr's glass factory in the early 2000s, Alexei and his mother
what
now
will the
run their
message
own
to the government be today?
We make window panes here.
I think you
All kinds of windows for homes, vehicles, and industry.
that you broke the rules.
Enough to finance Alexei's great passion. The businessman and his mother will hear nothing of Stalin's repressions and convictions.
That's a historical fake spread by certain individuals. Everything they say about the millions of dead is just rubbish to strike another blow against Stalin's dead mind.
Yet the Zorro family too suffers from the terrible things that follow Stalin's
being kind is the most important thing, but she also felt very strongly in calling out injustice and standing up for what you believe in, which is where the love
It wasn't Stalin who came to arrest him, but local officials. Why should Stalin be held responsible? Should Putin be held responsible for what I do, for example, because he's head of state?
Absolutely furious.
Feeding this denialism, there is a national obsession with all
on her behalf, because she
Many
wouldn't
in
need to
Bohr
talk
are
about
delighted at the
this.
prospect of a museum
Do you think
celebrating
the government is
Stalin.
operating to a different set of rules than the ones that you operate to?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it was mentioned by somebody just now in the Houses of Parliament. It's one rule for them, one rule for everybody else. And that's just not acceptable. It's not good enough. It's frankly outrageous. And it's time for them to confess
So,
and to
what do Russians
apologise.
really think about Joseph Stalin?
How hard was it for you to stick to the
In
rules?
Moscow, we asked
Obviously you
Kirill
did.
Rogov, a political scientist.
But there must have been
He told
moments
us
where
the
you
answer
just
is
thought,
far from
I really want my parents around.
Russia's relationship to Stalin is very similar to Germany's relationship to Hitler before the second wave of denazification. There are the convinced anti-Stalinists, the convinced Stalinists, and in between them, a mass of citizens who know about both positions but don't know which is the right one. This reflects the ambiguous relationship to Stalin cultivated by the Russian political elite.
Homages to Stalin are, in any case, no longer remotely taboo, and Russia is in the process of closing down Memorial, telling its NGOs to remember
And it was very hard. What we did after she died is we actually created a bit of a memorial garden in our front garden with banners and flowers, and we invited people to come past and little notes about what they remembered about Ruby, and that became a very beautiful thing. So people came through in their family groups, in pairs, under the walls. There was a constant stream of people coming through our front garden, which was really the best